Alrighty, so we are in a really dangerous state of affairs with this administration. On Wednesday, I took the day off because there were a lot of things that were happening in politics, and I was in a bad mood. And when you're in a bad mood, your opinion changes. When you're in a really bad mood, you start to go down a rabbit hole of everything is wrong, nothing is right, and that's not healthy. Especially when it comes to a content creator, because what I say on Wednesday follows through to Friday, follows through to the next Monday, and I wanted to make sure that I was being level-headed. Our defense secretary, our Secretary of War, went to the Senate and asked for more money. Asked for more money so we can keep fighting a war in Iran. A war in Iran that, when asked, he said, we've already achieved a total victory. A historic military victory. Now, I don't expect the average person to read von Clausewitz. I think if you're a historian, you're gonna come across von Clausewitz. If you're a military member enlisted, you may come across von Clausewitz. If you're a military officer, you better have read von Clausewitz. So this is on war. This is Karl von Clausewitz's complete set of writings on everything. And I like the fact that it starts with the nature of war. What is war? Ends and means in war. The genius of war. Of danger in war. Like, he starts with, it's a strategic guidebook about war, but he starts it with a philosophical discussion of what war is. And too bad he didn't manage to finish writing it before he died. Right. It's not complete. The problem is, with him not around to tell us the German, what he meant in certain phrases, politik in German can mean politics or policy. It's one of those wonderful words where when you throw it in there, you need the, like, contextually, even the words around it don't necessarily always qualify or quantify what the author meant. War is merely the continuation of policy by other means. It could be war is merely the continuation of politics by other means. Both are quoted. The chapter 1, book 1, war is not merely a political act, but also a real political instrument, a continuation of political commerce, a carrying out of the same by other means. I don't think Pete Hesketh understands nations do not fight wars to achieve military objectives. Nations fight wars to achieve political objectives when negotiation has broken down and the only thing left to do is eliminate the other side. It's a really great quote. War does not determine who is right. War determines who is left. Albert Einstein. We're in this really bad situation right now where our allies don't like us. And since Donald Trump is fucking addicted to Truth Social, and he continues to embarrass our allies. Yeah, the Iranian war is basically an example of, we started a war just to start a war. We can't have that. We can't be starting wars just to start wars. Before Donald Trump decided to start a war with Iran, the Strait was open, oil was cheap. Donald Trump decides to fight Israel's war for them because Donald Trump thought that he was on the usual path where the United States would automatically take the lead in the war effort. And then that didn't happen. And now we're stuck in a scenario where we can't get out of the war. We cannot get to resolution because we don't have the coalition strength to dictate to Iran. On top of that, Donald Trump decided that he was going to start a fight with everybody and their brother. He does these verbal fights, and he doesn't realize that the rest of the world doesn't need to kiss our ass anymore. Your Excellency, the President of the United States, in response to your post on Truth Social a few hours ago, we would like to inform you that you have miscalculated. And we invite you to review the terms of the officially signed contract between the Ministries of Energy of both countries, which is entirely devoid of these new introduced conditions you are now bringing up. Your attempt to link these agreements to the normalization conditions at this specific timing is nothing more than a blatant investment in Netanyahu and a failed attempt to downsize and diminish the Saudi sovereignty. This right here is Donald Trump's chief mistake in every single thing he does, right? Donald Trump is trying to be the playwright and the lead actor all at the same time. He also doesn't understand the United States is the world leader in only one thing: military strength. These ideals that President Trump has that we need to make America great again don't start with verbally attacking, politically attacking, militarily attacking people around the world. Like, if Mike Tyson walked in here right now, punched me in the face, knocked me out, tipped my chair over, sure, he could do it. Well, what would it prove? Wouldn't prove anything. If Conor McGregor walked in here right now and kicked me in the face, knocked me out, congratulations, you did that. What does it really prove? The United States bombing the shit out of Yemen for 100 straight days, did it stop the Houthi rebels? No. We bombed the shit out of Iran. Did it stop Iran? No. And now, our second most important ally, in the Middle East. Yeah, you could enjoy being on live stream fails for a little bit, right? But our second most important ally in the Middle East. In fact, this may piss off some people, but I think the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is actually our most important ally in the Middle East. I think Israel isn't a very good ally. I don't think they've ever been a very good ally. Today, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is leading a historic international coalition, having mobilized the nations of the world for it, to do justice to the grievances of the Palestinian people, revive the two-state solution track, and recognize the Palestinian state. This is a supreme, deeply rooted goal in Riyadh's conscience, and its strategic constants in supporting the Palestinian cause are a million times more precious than any technical or nuclear agreement. Saudi Arabia's policy is not managed by the logic of cheap quid pro quos, nor does it bow to dictations. The kingdom's constants are crystal clear, and under no circumstances will it ever compromise or reduce its monumental efforts into fleeting deals. The civil deal, will be no enrichment of material being made between the U.S. Department of Energy and Saudi Arabia, which pertains only to non-military use such as the ones that Iran and UAE already have, will be approved, but is totally subject to Saudi Arabia joining the very respected and successful Abraham Accords. The United States is not opposed to civil nuclear facilities. Thank you for your attention to this matter. You don't turn around and tell the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in a fucking Truth Social tweet that they now have to sign something that they probably have no intention of signing in the first place. If only Israel had oil. Right. You say Israel is more or less a geopolitical parasite. As an ally, Israel is a geopolitical parasite, yes. They got us involved in a war. Well, rightfully or wrongfully, Israel was going to bomb Iran anyway. But we got involved in a war. It's more specific to say we got involved in a war with Iran because Donald Trump needed a win, a political win somewhere, and he wasn't getting them. Too bad the kingdom didn't think it was important enough up to this point. Well, I think the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been working on it. But the problem is, in order to stop Israel bombing Palestine, you have to physically stop Israel from bombing Palestine, or be of the nature to stop Israel. Nobody can do that because if you fight Israel directly, the United States gets involved. The truth of the matter is, in the 2 years since the Israeli bullshit started, I've really considered and really looked, why the fuck does the United States ally itself with Israel? There's no real win there. If Israel was still maintaining its borders and was being bombed and was being rocketed and had terrorist attacks, then I would say, okay, that's kind of the wheelhouse that we fit in. Protecting democracy, protecting the little guy. Yeah, we'll do that. But Israel has been wholesale exterminating Palestinians, Jordanians, Libyans, left, right, and center. Yeah. This pisses me off. I would have gotten to this, but I can jump ahead. Even prior to the October 7th attack. Prior to the October 7th attack, the October 7th attack is this really big problem. Israel doled out $50 billion worth of punishment for a $50 crime. I am not saying that the 1,200 people killed, taken hostage, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that wasn't terrible. But for fuck's sake, you've destroyed 2/3 of a nation. You've destroyed 2/3 of a country. Israel doesn't understand there's no win for them. You could, let's say Israel gets the full W, the full dub. They take all of Palestine and they kill all the Palestinians. Not all the Palestinians were in Palestine. Yeah, they're using it to clear. What they're doing is they're using that as the provocation to wholesale eliminate the Palestinian people. But not all the Palestinian people were in Palestine at the time. So what you've done is you've bought yourself at this point about 100 years of terrorist war. There are some decent theories about Israel knew the attack and let it happen. Yeah. When you're looking for a reason, when you want to take a course of action, but you can't take that course of action. Oh, you meant the Saudis. Even now, no one wants the Palestinians in their country. Well, right. Nobody wants the Palestinians in their country because every time Palestinians go to a country, shit happens. When they're in Kuwait, they start sabotaging shit for the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. When they're in Jordan, they plan an assassination of the leader. Every other first world country would have responded exactly the same as Israel did if the same thing happened to them. No, that's incorrect. That is incorrect. The United States wouldn't have eliminated 2/3 of a country if that happened. How do I know? Because it did happen. We didn't kill, let's see, 8 million Afghanis after 9/11. We went into Afghanistan. We were there 20 years. We were there to the tune of $1 trillion. But there's still Afghan people in the country. We're not there. It's not the 51st state. So you can't say every first world country would have responded exactly the same because we didn't. European countries suffer terrorist attacks. Their militaries don't go and blow the fuck out of the country of origin of the terrorists. First world countries is a bullshit term anyway. We got to stop using third world countries and first world countries because that delineation no longer applies. We're not in the Cold War anymore. We shouldn't be using first world country, third world country, because those were all delineations of who supported the US, who supported the USSR, and who stayed out of it. Now, yes, first world country, third world country has evolved to turn into affluent country, poverty-stricken country, but we got to get rid of the terminology. Because if the terminology has holdovers to a different era, what we're doing is we're just continuing to push the agenda of that different era. But let me flip back over to the... this should piss every American off. This should piss absolutely every American off. U.S. House passes $1.15 trillion military bill expanding Israel cooperation. Bill to fund the war on Iran and a handful of Trump priorities passes largely along party lines. Afghanistan wasn't our border, though. What would happen if Canada or Mexico did something like October 17th, United States? Well, we wouldn't go in and kill 2/3 of the population. Displace 2/3 of the population. Kill about 8% of the population. Kill, maim, or wound 8% of the population. We wouldn't do that. We wouldn't be able to do that. Our military wouldn't do that. And right, distance doesn't matter for the U.S. military. We have force projection around the world. We can project more force with one carrier strike group than most countries can project with their entire military. The problem is, and don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong. If we go all the way back through, my Celtic blood is still burns hot. I would totally be okay with being the guy in charge. I could be the operative from Firefly, from Serenity, the movie. I could be the operative. I could go build a world that I'm not going to live in. Yeah, we're the Saudi deal. We're in the Middle East right now. If you want me to go end a war, just take the gloves off. Just give me a letter of reciprocity. Give me a prearranged letter like from the Three Musketeers. What has been done in the name of the state, and I'll get rid of it. Which country? I will stack them up as long as their leadership has done something grievous to our country. I'll go stack them up like cordwood, because that's how you win a war. You don't win a war by bombing certain things and making speeches. That's not how you win a war. We've forgotten that. We have forgotten as a society through the glorification of war in movies. We have forgotten the three-letter truth about war. War is hell. How many have we killed in Iran and they didn't even pull it up? Right. I don't think that we would wholesale destroy somebody that attacked us. I don't think we would do that. I don't think we would respond the same way Israel had. We wouldn't kill men, women, and children. We would kill their military. We would kill their military like we're doing. But Israel isn't killing military. Israel has killed, maimed, or wounded 80,000, 85,000 children at this point. Israel's actions have resulted in the displacement of countless families. Food is unavailable. Clean drinking water is unavailable. Israel won't allow UN humanitarian aid in. They won't allow private sector humanitarian aid in. That's more than winning a war. That's the extermination of a people. Merging Israel and US logistics. Well, that's already done. We run Israel's logistics for them. We do that with a bunch of nations. Hamas is known to... No. Stop with the fucking bullshit, or I'm gonna come off the fucking chain too early in the show. Hamas using human shields doesn't fucking apply when you drop a 2,000-pound fucking bomb on an apartment building. Honestly, this is one of those times and places that I'll say to you, you see where the line of moral decency is? Don't put your foot down to try to go any further in this argument, because your toes are already over the line, your heel is at the line, and the moment you put your toes down for this bullshit argument, I'm gonna have to think less of you, because you're fucking making an excuse for Israel dropping fucking 2,000-pound bombs on apartment buildings. I don't think you can fucking quantify this in your argument. 50,000 dead or wounded children from the Israeli military. Another 20 to 30,000 dead, wounded, maimed, harmed children due to the lack of food, access to medical supplies, and clean drinking water. It doesn't fucking matter if Hamas uses a human shield. You know what a fucking decent human being does if the target has a human shield? They do not take the shot. That's how you avoid killing a fucking child. If they have a human shield, you let them fucking go. Granted, they may kill that hostage later, but it's a Palestinian then killing a Palestinian. Different fucking story if they had captured 2,000 Israeli children and were using those Israeli children as shields, you know damn well they wouldn't take the shot. If they're using their own people to take the shot and your military has become so inhumane that you're like, oh, you have a human shield, great, I'll shoot through the child so I kill the child and you, there's a fucking problem with your military. Do you concede that because it's the US and Israel that no consequence will act? Well, first of all, Princess Blood, welcome to the show. But I don't, I think you've, I'm gonna put your comment up on the screen. I think you lack a thing called common decency. You didn't even say hello. The very first thing you said is, do I concede? I'm not going to play Stump a Chump with you, and I'm not going to give you, you're not going to come in here and ask me a loaded question. I don't concede that because it's the US and Israel that no consequences will happen, because it's bullshit, because you're looking for some external validation to an opinion that you have. The problem is the whole world has said it's okay. The whole world has said it's all right. The whole world has said it's okay that Yemen is in a state of war, has been in a state of civil war for 12 years. It's okay that Russia invaded Ukraine. It's okay that Israel is bombing the shit out of everybody. And why has the whole world said it's okay? Because the United Nations has chosen to not change how it conducts business to stop these acts from happening. If nothing can happen without a UN Security Council vote, then let's get rid of the UN Security Council. Let's get rid of the permanent vetoing seats, and let's have the United Nations make its you're right, both presidents will be in jail. In fact, it happened 12 months ago, and if you disagree, you're anti-human. No, I'm not. First of all, which two presidents will be in jail? First of all, the Prime Minister of Israel isn't the President of Israel. He's the Prime Minister of Israel. So please, I don't know who the second president is. Second of all, President Trump can't go to jail through the ICC. We are not a member of the ICC. The United States isn't Joe and Trump. No, they won't be. They can't be. A president cannot be criminally charged with the actions they took while president. Our Supreme Court has already said, if you took the action while you were president, you are immune to criminal prosecution. It's been in our Constitution since the very beginning. You have to be impeached, and the worst Congress can do to you is impeach you and bar you from office. So, no, they won't be in jail. And they won't be in jail because they can't be in jail. Because that's not remotely at all how our government works. Every power the president, the most recent Supreme Court ruling is that every action a president takes is acting as the president. Even the shit that Donald Trump did regarding January 6th, he can't be criminally prosecuted for because he wasn't impeached for it. If he wasn't impeached for it, his protections aren't stripped. Now, the problem I have is the average person has a bias, and that bias gets in the way. Okay? It's horrible to say this, but it's the reality of the situation. The people of Palestine had 17-ish years to overthrow Hamas through civil action, civil war. They chose not to. The people of Palestine chose to watch as their elected leadership never held new elections and took their money, and instead of putting that money into the infrastructure of the country, right? They chose to watch as sewer lines leaked into the aquifer, one of the two major aquifers, while Hamas built rocket systems to bomb Israel. Now, 2 + 2 = 4 in most circles, and watching your government piss away its resources for an ancient grudge, that would be like the Republic of Ireland letting its people starve to keep fighting the United Kingdom over the 6 northern counties. In an ideal utopia world, should England give the 6 northern counties back to the Republic of Ireland? Yeah, they should. Are they going to? No, the fuck they're not. So you can either accept the new real. You can either accept the new now, or you can get ready for a 10, 20, 30 year fight, and you might not win at the end. The Palestinian people cannot get rid of Hamas even if they wanted to. Yes, they can. You know how you get rid of the people of Hamas? When a population of 1.2 million, which I think is roughly what the population of Palestine was before we systematically removed most of Palestine. What we have is a situation where 30,000 individuals, which is the leadership of Hamas, which is the leadership and membership of Hamas, 1.1 million people can overthrow. No, here's the thing. If the Palestinians try to get rid of Hamas, Hamas will enslave them. Let me help you out here with some numbers, because people say shit like that, and the math don't work. The math don't fucking work here. The math works in countries where these guys are the only guys with guns. If these guys are the only guys with guns, then 30,000 can... No, they can't. Why can't 30,000 people enslave 1.1 million? Sure, you rush at a bunch of guys that have guns. A lot of you are gonna die. 200 men rush at 10 men with guns. A lot of the 200 men are gonna die. But then the guys with guns are gonna die when they have to reload. Not to put too fine of a point on it, but yeah, they have guns. Yeah. But in fucking Palestine, everybody has guns. It's not like the government has guns and you don't have none. You have guns. Everybody has guns. The cockroach riots. The cockroach People's Party. India's Chief Justice reportedly referred to the unemployed young people as cockroaches. Young Indians adopted the insult as a symbol of resilience, basically saying that cockroaches survive everything and cannot be ignored. Their youth-led protest over exam corruption, unemployment, and government accountability. I think the cockroach riots demonstrate very clearly that you can overthrow you can overthrow the party if you actually want to. But we have a problem with that, and that problem is a lot of people say they want to make a change, but when it comes down to it, they don't really want to make a change. The people at the bottom want there to be change because they think a riot or a civil war or a revolution or all of that is the path of least resistance. When I was a young man, I wanted socialism and communism. Why did I want socialism and communism when I was a young man? Because when I was a young teen, the idea of equality sounded really good, right? All men are created equal. Sounds really good. There shouldn't be a super rich and there shouldn't be poor. Sounds really good. Sounds great. And then I looked at the rules of the game and I said, hey, there's an easier route. I'll just do that. I don't want socialism and communism now. Of the non-Hamas population in Palestine, there is only 1.1 gun per 100 people. Okay, so let me help you out there. That leaves them 11,000 guns. Second of all, that's a great statistic, but it's a bullshit statistic. Where the fuck do you think Hamas soldiers come from? Where do you think, what do you think? Hamas has crate after crate after crate after crate of gun in a warehouse, and when you sign up for Hamas, they give you an AK-47? By the way, how do we get to a number of the non-Hamas people? Like, I love when people come with statistics, but what I want to ask you is quite simply, if we have reporting that is this good, then that implies that we know every single member of Hamas, right? Because in order for that statement to be valid, we must have a comprehensive roster of who is Hamas and who is not Hamas. You want me to believe that we have a comprehensive roster out there of who is Hamas and who isn't Hamas? Let's stop the bullshit. From the 1960s and the 1970s in Ireland, Tuesday was the Republic of Ireland Military Reserve Drill Day, and guys would go and get trained on how to be members of the Republic of Ireland Reserve Army. And Thursday was the fucking IRA meeting. And half the same people at the fucking reserve unit were at the fucking IRA meeting. They were at the reserve unit to figure out how to get trained to fight the IRA, and they didn't. What the fuck are we talking about? How do we know there's only 1.1 gun per 100 people? That requires us to have a comprehensive list of the entire membership of Hamas. And if we had that, if any legitimate agency had that, that would have been easy to solve then. If Israel had that, if the United States had that, hey, we can go in there and eliminate 30,000 people and get rid of Hamas. We gotta stop with the fucking just because we can find a statistic on it that automatically means it's true. Figures lie and liars figure. What the fuck is 1.1 guns? Hey, you get a gun and you get 1/10 of a gun. And 10 of you guys, see, that's the fucking bullshit. We start saying stuff like that and we're like, oh, then why don't they just outright say there's only 11,000 guns? You want me to believe there's only 11,000 guns in the whole of Palestine outside of Hamas's control? How do we know? How the fuck do we know? We don't know. But we come across bullshit statistics. Like if you've walked around in the Middle East, you would have seen more than 1.1 guns per 100 people. This is the problem. At the end of the fucking day, everybody wants to make up the bullshit where they say they can't fight back because fight back with your bare fucking hands, fight back with sticks, fight back with knives. If they know who all the Hamas members are, which they fucking do, kill them while they're asleep, take their fucking gun. I think people have this weird fucking idea that all the Hamas people were living on like compounds like the US military does. They weren't. They're average, ordinary, everyday people. They have wives, they have kids, they have stores, they have shops, they have careers. They just happen to be a member of the party. We gotta stop with this bullshit, because then what we're saying is change is always pointless. Attempting to change is pointless because there's always an excuse. These cockroach riots, I saw somebody say they were led to suicide. Let's stop that bullshit in its tracks too. Nobody leads you to suicide. I'm saying this as a person who struggles greatly with morbid and suicidal ideation. Nobody leads you to suicide. You lead yourself there. Why do you lead yourself to suicide? I have no problem sharing this. This is why you lead yourself to suicide. Because here's your goal in life, and this route is too hard. So instead of trying to climb the mountain, you take the path of least resistance, which is unaliving yourself. Nobody led you there. You led yourself there because it's an easy out. It's an easy out. Nobody leads you to suicide. Now, people can force you to suicide. People are beating people almost to death, and people are killing themselves to escape torture. Thank you for saying that. That's exactly what I just said. You literally made a statement and you just confirmed what I said. Escape. They're taking the easy way out. They aren't willing to suffer the slings and arrows. They aren't willing to stand against them. They aren't willing to take arms against the sea of trouble and by opposing end them. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arm against the sea of trouble, and by opposing end them. Billy Shakespeare wrote about this shit hundreds of years ago. Yeah, guess what? We all know MK Ultra, and we all know about advanced. Okay, stop with the MK Ultra bullshit. Stop with the advanced interrogation methods bullshit. Please stop the bullshit. Ready? Ready? I don't need advanced interrogation methods. I'm gonna teach you the fastest way to interrogate somebody. Ready? It's real simple. I shove this in your thigh, and I keep fucking fishing around in it until I get the answer I want. This fucking advanced interrogation bullshit. If you know anything about it, you know that advanced interrogation is bullshit because it produces unreliable results. What is the problem when you cross the threshold between interrogation and torture? Ready? And we've got to explain this shit to people because they get half their knowledge from the movies. Here's interrogation. Here's torture. There is a threshold line between the two acts. Interrogation will lead me to truth, but it will lead me to some truth. But the only truth about torture is that they will say anything to make it stop. And if you need a good example of this, read 1984. Because in 1984, when you're tortured, you will believe whatever you need to believe. You will adopt whatever beliefs you need to adopt to make the torture stop. Torture does not produce good intel. Torture produces narratives that allows you to then go arrest other people by saying, well, this is a sworn statement. Why the fuck do you think we train US military members how to withstand torture? The more likely your capture is, the more training you've had how to survive capture. Just make sure you go to the outside of the thigh. Don't want to accidentally nick their femoral. Right. The more likely you are to be captured in the U.S. military, the more training you get on how to survive escape and conduct after capture. The problems we have is that everybody has a parasocial relationship with their own ideology. The problem is people's identity has become a culmination of their ideologies. And that's the worst thing you can have with people. A lot of the Palestinians in America, the protesters, they're protesting that there should be a free Palestine. Then you ask them what they want and they say from the river to the sea. Okay, so what you're saying is there will never be an Israel. Right. But there already is an Israel. Well, it shouldn't be. We don't recognize it. Well, the UN does. So the options you have is you either accept a two-state solution, which you could have done for 50 fucking plus years, or eventually Israel's going to come off the chain, and you know what the problem's going to be? And I don't agree with this, but it's the reality. The rest of the world is like, well, you know, Israel has been bombed since 2007. They gave up that land. They have been thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of projectiles have been fired into Israel. We're just fucking tired. We're gonna take a nap. Israel, mop this shit up by 4 for tea. It's hard. It's hard to not see that outcome. But if the whole fucking world won't rally against Russia trying to start the Soviet Union again, why the fuck would anybody care about the Palestinian people? given the Palestinian people's track record. I'm not saying it's fair and I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's political. But people get caught up on this bullshit and their knowledge of the world is through movies. Advanced interrogation techniques. No, don't. If you use the word advanced interrogation technique, I know that you're fucking just following a narrative, because that's called torture. And if you know anything about psychology, at a certain threshold of pain, you will do anything to make the pain stop. It's pain conditioning. That will end up being the outcome. No one in the region wants to aid Palestine, and the EU countries don't have the resources to do anything. The EU, the EU countries do have enough resources to do something. The European Union countries combined could stop Israel. The problem is, does the United States get involved? I saw the start of a really good article, and this article is pretty spot on. The sooner we acknowledge that the United States has lost the war in Iran and stop fighting, the better. Because now we have a lot of work to do. On Tuesday, Pete Hegseth pressed to explain before the Senate what the United States has accomplished. They said they've won a historic military victory. The United States has not secured any of its political objectives in the war with Iran, and indeed, it has produced a situation that is markedly worse than the one antebellum. Iran's former supreme leader, an elderly man known for his extreme views, but also his caution, has been replaced by a group of leaders who are, if anything else, more extreme and far less cautious about confronting the United States and its partners in the region. Who declared war? Technically, we declared war. We declared a military action under the War Powers Act, and if we want to play the buzzword bingo game, sure, there was no formal declaration of war in a very Vietnam sort of way, in a very Gulf War sort of way. We attacked Iran, and we didn't win. I also think your average person just doesn't give a shit. We want to live our lives at home. You're right. The average, this is right here, the flaw. The average person doesn't give a shit until it's the thing they give a shit about. And it's kind of like when you go into that box of chords that you have, you're just looking for a C chord, and you've got to sort through 90 other chords to get this one untangled. Your goal is still the C chord, but sometimes you have to do other tasks to create the environment in which your task is viable. Lots of people have, like, I try to keep the top hot issues labeled out, but your issue might not be on that. Your issue might not be there at all. The problem becomes, if your issue isn't there at all, right, then you're going to be mad at me because your issue isn't on my list. So if your number one issue isn't taxes, government regulation, gun rights, immigration, abortion, LGBTQ views, education, or healthcare, then you're going to say, well, Jay, my issue isn't there, so I don't care about any of this stuff because my number one issue is, and the problem is, realistically, if your issue isn't one of these, your issue isn't that important today. Like, you could turn around and say, well, scarcity of food. I can't care about any of this stuff because I don't have the money to put food on the table. Then I'll say, yes, your issue is on there because the issue causing your issue is taxes. Let me ask you a question. If I gave you 20% more money every month, would you be able to bridge the gap? Would you have food scarcity if I gave you If I gave you 20% more, would that solve your food scarcity? And if you say yes, I say, okay, taxes is your issue. My number one issue is I think a 6th grade intelligence exam should be administered at age 30, and if you fail, you should be used as a bullet in a railgun aimed at the sun. The problem with that is, we would have to eliminate a significant portion of 54% of America. Because if 54% of Americans read at or below the 6th grade level, then a 6th grade intelligence exam would see a 75%-ish failure rate. And so we would have to get rid of 75% to 54% of the country. I like the Common Sense Party. How come that's not a choice on the ballots? Why is the Common Sense Party not a choice on the ballots? Because nobody wants to give me enough money to run a political party. Because I need a political party of people that aren't going to be greedy. I need a political party of people. Yeah, the Common Sense Party has enough common sense not to get involved in politics. We need a group of people. Like, insider trading is against the law. There's already a law on it. We already know that's wrong. But we just had to pass a bill through Congress. We're trying to pass a bill through Congress that prevents Congress people and their families from being able to buy individual shares of stock. No, the new bill is a fucking terrible one. It's a fucking terrible one. It's a terrible one. Here's why it's a terrible one. We can publicly track their individual shares of stock because they have to disclose that. If we take away the fucking monitoring function, then we run into scenarios that we already have. Did you know that when you're a general officer in the military or you're a program manager, you cannot take a job at a civilian company for 2 to 10 years, depending on your rank, depending on what you've done. When I left the military, there were certain companies I was not eligible to work for 5 years. Because of my previous job, I could not work for these companies. Well, it would have been four and change after I left the military, because it's 5 years from the time I held the position. Because I wrote the standards to which procurement was done to. So, yeah, if we ban them from trading stocks, then their cousin will suddenly get very lucky with all their trades. Right. And then, let me load up this bill. Let me find this. Let me find this bill real quick. New bill. The House on Wednesday passed a bill that would ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks, as well as mandate that voters provide photo identification. The Stop Insider Trading Act said their spouses and their dependent children from buying new stock. Okay. The problem here is that it's it's their dependent children. It's their dependent children. My 20-year-old and my 25-year-old and my older two, they're not my dependent children. Hey, Meliumpkin, buy this stock. Hey, Meliumpkin, on that joint account that we have that has $1 million in it, buy yourself $1 million of Intel. Overnight, the stock of Intel goes up 27%. Yeah, Melium can sell that shit. Put all the money into the account. You can't stop. You can't stop people, right? You can't stop it. Doesn't that fall under existing insider trader laws? It kind of. But whether or not, the problem is we don't have to talk about the problem, talk about the solution, right? It does not cover adult children, parents, brothers or sisters, in-laws, unmarried or romantic partners, or other relatives living in the household. They're making a big deal over trying to solve a problem that doesn't even exist. The problem that exists is that our politicians are corrupt. This doesn't fix it. All this does is give them a gold star pat on the back to say, we tried to fix it. Now you asked, what do I think is the biggest problem and the biggest benefit with your compromise system? There are no problems with it. There are no problems with this. The benefit is we get an awful lot of things off the table with no loss. There's no loss to most of my solutions. There's nothing that's perfect. I didn't say it's perfect. There's no loss. Show me one of them where there's a loss, because these aren't the final solutions. These are the stepping stones. Stop wasting money, balance the budget, then talk about raising taxes. It doesn't say we're never going to raise taxes. It says stop wasting money. Balance the budget. Every fucking American should be on board with my first line there. We're going to stop wasting money and we're going to balance the budget. 20 cents out of every fucking tax dollar goes to pay the interest on the national debt. 20 cents out of every dollar. Now, is all that bad? No, not all of that is bad, but people think it is. With balancing the budget, how does this account for offshore accounts? The United States doesn't have offshore accounts. People are caught up on all this bullshit that you hear. You cannot move money as an American in or out of an offshore account without paying tax on it. In order for you, when you get paid, you incur the tax obligation the moment you get paid. You pay the tax on it, you put the money in an offshore account. Cool. You didn't shed the tax liability. You paid the tax liability when you earned it. Having your money in an offshore account just means the government can't seize it. It does nothing to change the tax liability portion. People have gone to jail for tax evasion. Famous people, millionaires, have gone to jail for tax evasion. Wesley Snipes went to jail for tax evasion. Doesn't matter if you move the money into an offshore account. It's kind of like all these people the rich people have their money in their offshore account. Yeah, and they already paid tax on it. So why the fuck do you care where they have their money? You can have no tax on an offshore account because, no. Let me stop you there. No, the fuck you cannot. No, the fuck you cannot. Because when you make money in the United States, no matter which fucking way you make money, you incur the tax liability at the moment you made the money. There is no argument. There is no fucking gotcha you're about to tell me, because you're going to be flat wrong across the board. As an American, you owe the government money the moment you incur the profit. Just because you're doing deals in Europe and putting the money into an offshore account, you still owe the fucking tax liability. You incurred that at the moment of profit. There is no moving the money around, because who gave you the money? They gave you the money. They reported to the fucking federal government. They gave you the money. Profit is taxed when it is earned, no matter where, even if it's not reported to the government. This is where about 5 years ago, I had no less than 30 streamers contacting me because I knew a bunch of people, and they said, Jay, I'm fucked. And I said, why are you fucked? They said, I haven't been paying money on my Twitch income, and now with COVID, where the fucking dollar amount is big, I got a notice that I owe back taxes. Under $10,000 total across 4 accounts. No. Yellowstone, shut the fuck up and listen to what I am saying. You are talking about under 10,000 of all 4 accounts, no foreign account filing required. But you had to make the fucking profit to put it into the fucking account. It doesn't get taxed because it's in the account. Here, I'm gonna draw it for you because you're clearly not fucking understanding. Here's you. Here's your foreign bank account. Here's the US or any other entity that pays you. Yeah, that's $10,000 post-tax incurred. So here's what happens. I'll even draw it in green for you. Whatever entity gives you the money, at this junction right here, this is where the tax is incurred. The tax is incurred then. Now, you take the money and you put it here. This is post-tax. Your tax obligation doesn't disappear because you don't have your money in an American bank. You've been listening to too many TikTok financial advisors. The same fucking people that say start a trust. Do you have $15 million in assets? No, you don't need a trust. Do you have idiot children? Yes, you might need a trust. But you keep saying all this shit about offshore accounts that's fucking irrelevant. You incurred the tax obligation when they gave you the money. Twitch reported all these streamers that made over $600 to the IRS. All these streamers are like, holy fuck, I got audited, and while they were auditing me, they rolled back. Yeah, you understand now, but the problem is you speak with such adamancy that you are correct. You don't want to fucking listen. It's like, do you have more than $2 million in assets? No? Then maybe listen to the fucking people who do have $2 million in assets, because why the fuck would I lie to you? But here's the thing. You're trying to tell me how I'm wrong by the way you speak, but the IRS code isn't complicated for the people who need to access those parts of the IRS code. Do you have an offshore bank account? If no, don't tell anybody else how the fuck they work. Ask questions about how they work. Are you a dual citizen? No. Then don't tell a dual citizen how shit works. Listen to what the dual citizen says and then go confirm that. Yeah, the IRS code is very basic when it comes to what is considered income. If somebody else gave it to you, it's income. Who that other person is determines if it's taxable income or untaxable income. People say, oh, it was a gift. Stop. The word gift doesn't make it not income. It came to you. Income. You gave it to somebody else. Outflow. Gift is taxable. Nope. Gift is not taxable. Gift may be taxable. Gift may be taxable on a 2-part test. The biggest test is, has it exceeded the 1-year amount? If yes, taxable. If no, not taxable. Now, if yes, question 3, does this 1-year amount of gift exceed the lifetime gift allowance? If no, not taxable. If yes, taxable. Right. Gift has yearly and lifetime cap on taxes. If you write your shit properly, if you track your money properly, you can give your children massive amounts of gifts. However, You shouldn't do it 60 days prior to them buying a house. Because if you do that, this is where people get in trouble. If you do that, now you have to declare to the mortgage company, the underwriter, where that money came from. And now it requires a letter from the gifter that they may use it for the mortgage, and it's not a loan. How do you get around that? When your kid says to you, I'm thinking about buying a house, cool, let's open a joint bank account together. That way, in 72 days, when you get ready to buy the house, you're already on the account. You can draw the money from it. The person who gives the gift is responsible for paying any gift tax, not the person who receives it. I don't think they're responsible for paying the tax. I think they are responsible for ensuring the tax is paid. Yeah, the person who gives the gift is responsible for filing any gift tax return and paying any, paying any gift tax due. The recipient does not normally treat the gift as taxable income. But yeah, because the giver uses the annual exclusion. If the donor fails to pay the gift tax, then the recipient can be held obligated and they have to pay the tax through a special arrangement. I'm still not persuaded this is a better economic system. Well, a better economic system than what? What economic system do you think would be better than capitalism? Because people always say, I'm not sure if this is a better economic system. Then what? Capitalism is the worst economic model, but it's the best of all we've tried. What system is better than capitalism? Economic system. What economic system is better than capitalism? Because when you say I'm not persuaded, we don't have gift tax in Canada if you aren't gifting capital assets. Well, I would argue the Swiss model is better than the US system. Well, you would be wrong. Let me stop you. You would be 100% wrong, because what model does the Swiss use? They use capitalism. Swiss doesn't have their own economic model. They use capitalism. And this is the problem. A lot of people lack the prerequisite understanding to have intelligent conversations. Yeah, the Swiss model is more capitalistic than the US. It's all different flavors of capitalism. The problem is the Swiss economic model is capitalism. The Swiss political model is democratic with social safety nets. Because most of the European countries that Bernie Sanders like to call socialist aren't socialist. They have socialist policies. Social democracy, democracy with social safety nets. Social democracy is a bullshit term anyway. Here's why social democracy is a bullshit term. Could somebody please show me the non-social democracies? True capitalism would have no socialist programs and would be more sink or swim. Well, yeah, laissez-faire capitalism, which is hands-off. There is something to be said about too many social programs. About 5 years ago, somebody in a Discord pissed me off because they said living in Europe was better than living in the United States. And I said, how do you figure? And they said, all of our stuff is free. I said, your stuff isn't free. Your stuff is government provided. And they say, we start out in life without debt. I said, that is very true. You start out in life without debt. But, and I wish I had kept it. I don't know what happened to it. I created a model where I took two people that were going to live the exact same lives, one in America, one in Germany. And the person that was born in America and lived the same life, the same career, the same everything as the person in Germany, at the end of their life had $500,000 more in the bank. Because for the smart people who understand the system, you don't end up with crippling debt. It's like the kids I see that go to college who don't want to go home for the summers. They want to stay at their college. And then they incur summer dorm debt and they don't get a job. They lollygag around, maybe take one class and then LOL, I'm so random with their friends who don't realize if they had just gotten a job and not had to roll that extra dorm time into their college loan, not had to roll all of that first year loan into their total loan, they would be better off. Somewhere along the line, going to college became a full-time thing. And when they look back, people say, well, when the baby boomers, they could go to college on 1 year, 1 month of pay would pay for their whole year of college. Yeah. That doesn't mean the baby boomers fucked up the system. What fucked up the system was when they took the cap off of federally backed student loans. When I don't think that an undergraduate, I don't think we should give anybody $100,000 in college loans for an undergraduate degree. I don't think we should. I don't think an undergraduate degree is worth $100,000. I think an undergraduate degree is worth $50,000. Honest social programs that aren't being abused by lazy predatory citizens. Yeah, I agree. It's a matter of prepaying for your goods and services or paying them after you get the goods. Our social nets are not designed for individuals. They are designed for the masses to create an average, unhealthy society. Bullshit. Bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. That is a very fucking flowery bullshit way to avoid saying your social safety nets are not designed for individuals. Yes, the fuck they are. Yes, the fuck they are. If your social safety net gives those in need aid, that is a fucking program designed for the individual. A universal basic income is a social safety net designed for society. A universal basic income is also bullshit. It's also bullshit. Social safety nets are absolutely designed for the individual. Because you walk in and you get the services you need, you don't get the full kit. We're going to give you medical care, eye exam. We're going to give you medical care, vision care, dental care, hearing care, money for school, money for food, money for room. I don't need all that. I don't need money for a room. I live with my parents. I'll take the money for food. I'll take the money for school. I don't need the health insurance. I'm on my parents. No, you have to take all of it. Everybody graduates high school and gets a welcome to adulthood starter kit. That would be one designed for society. That would be a good society. Nobody has that yet. What's my opinion on a technocratic system versus socialism or capitalism? Well, okay, so I think where you lack a little bit of a basic understanding is you're saying a technocracy as opposed to socialism or democracy. You can't. Socialism is not an economic model. It's a societal model. Communism is not an economic model. It's a societal model. Democracy is a political model. Capitalism is an economic model. Yeah, you could have a communist technocracy. Technocracy is really only who makes the decisions, right? The problem with the idea of a technocracy is it it still dials down into bias. So I'll give you a great example. A really great example of where technocracy should have worked, but it didn't. So in the military, you have SMEs. And in the military, a SME is a subject matter expert. They are the person who, by all definitions, is the technocrat. So in my system, this guy is the wing commander, and I'm down here as the IDO. And I'm an 02 and he's an 06. By the definition of technocracy, because he's a pilot and I'm an LRO, he should not be in charge. He should leave me the fuck alone to do my job because he doesn't know how to do my job. Now, on one particular occasion, due to rain, due to an accident, due to a couple of things, we were about 4 hours behind on the marshaling of cargo. Well, the 06 came down to the cargo yard, looked around and said, "What do you need?" And he knew me. I had the reputation of telling people to piss up a rope. I said, "Respectfully, sir, what I need is for you to not be here asking me what I need. That's what I need right now." He's like, "Well, I can get you 50 more bodies down here." I didn't know we had 50 more bodies that were forklift trained and cargo load trained and hazardous material trained and pallet building trained. We don't have 50 more people on the base with those skill sets. He said, "But I can just give you bodies." Sir, this is not the time for me to train more people. I would love to have a sit down with you next week about that the cargo augmentees, we don't have enough of them. I would love for you to authorize every squadron to have to give me 5 more people. But right now, sir, if you want this shit on those planes, I'm not trying to be rude, sir, but what I really need is a cup of coffee. If you can arrange coffee and donuts for my guys, coffee, bagels, donuts, that would be great. So we don't have to leave the flight line for a snack. That'd be fucking awesome. But beyond that, a technocracy works if, one, it is a true technocracy, but then the other problem is, what do you do when 2 technocrats disagree? For example, Elon Musk is allegedly, supposedly, a technocrat in terms of science, engineering. The reality is, he's a fucking idiot. Because Elon Musk once said, I may get the number wrong, that 480,000 square miles of solar panels would power the United States. Yes, 480,000 square miles, maybe square kilometers, I don't remember what the fuck it was, could. But you have to have way more than that because of the loss in transmission. You can't put solar panels on every house. Break, that doesn't mean we shouldn't put solar panels on any houses, because we fucking should. But 2 people that are both experts are going to have a different opinion. Then you could have a biarchy. What the fuck's why are we just making up fucking terms now? What the fuck is a biarchy? Monarchy is one, and oligarchy is many. You're making up words for shit we already have. We already have a fucking term for biarchy. It's oligarchy. You could have a democratic oligarchy. We already have that. The problem is every form of government has the same flaws. The flaw is, just because you're popular doesn't make you smart. Just because you're the son of a king doesn't make you a good ruler. Just because you're powerful and you have money doesn't make you a good leader. Some of the smartest people in the world work for a rich guy. Well, if they were so smart, why don't they just become rich? Because that brings in a whole different set of values. What's your motivation? Do you have an internal locus of control or an external locus of control? I had a guy, he worked for me, He was a fucking amazing mechanic. This guy loved to deploy. I only saw him 6 months out of every year. He was gone 6 months at a time. He had awards and decorations and citations. And I finally said to him, how the fuck are you still a staff sergeant? What he said to me was, I intentionally tank my promotion tests. So why the fuck would you want to do that? If you make tech, you make a hell of a lot more money. He said, if I make tech, they pull me off the shop floor. If I make tech, I don't get to be a mechanic anymore. I have to be an NCO all the time. He's like, I love being a mechanic. I hate being an NCO. I love training the guys. I hate doing their training records. And I said, well, make fucking tech sergeant and we'll keep you on the shop floor. Said, make fucking tech sergeant and you can keep deploying every 6 months by volunteering, and we're not going to give you people to maintain their records for you. You're never fucking going to be here. It's another problem. You have somebody that's really, 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 really good at their job, but they don't want to be in leadership. I somewhat disagree with you that social safety nets focus on the individual. Okay, stop. If you give things to a specific individual, unless everybody gets the same at 18, here's your welcome to adulthood, then it's an individual-based system. Of course, it helps the individual, but I'd argue that the focus is more on creating an average that is good enough to sustain a healthy society. Right. The goal is the society, but it is an individual-based program. We have gaps in our safety net, especially with specialized care, but where we would need to pay out of pocket because on average, that care is not deemed necessary to have a healthy enough society. Right, but what you're missing the point is, unless everybody gets the same, it's a safety net that targets individuals. I have $1 million at 18, you have 10,000. We should not get the same package. Social safety nets, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. A society that's doing things to benefit all of society is the default fucking answer. Saying we do this to build a good society, well, no shit. Are you doing these things to build a bad society? Are you doing these things and they're not going to impact society at all? Because if it's those two things, why the fuck are you doing them? Every fucking thing the government does is to enhance the society. Now, sometimes the results are all fucked up. That's why specialist ranks need to go to E7. Yes. 100%. To solve the homeless and abuse of food stamps issue, at this point, I think the government should just create government-run homeless shelters, ran similar to prisons, where they get their food and shelter until they figure out how to take care of themselves. Sure, great. I want to run with this. I want to run with this. I want to take what you've said, and I want to say, yes, the government should run them. But then the government, you're assuming that because the government's running it, there's not corruption involved. The problem is, we don't treat homeless people like people. We're waging a war on homeless people, not a war on homelessness. We're waging a war on poor people, not a war on poverty. Like I've said, my biggest gripe about the whole fucking family services thing is, so here's CPS, Child Protective Services. And Child Protective Services comes to your home and you have 4 kids, and Child Protective Services makes a ruling that your parenting is no good. That for the safety of the children, we need to come in and we need to take these kids and we need to put them in the foster system. And then we're going to give this foster family anywhere between $2,000 and $5,000 a month to take care of your kids. But when you say to CPS, hey, with just $1,000 a month, I could keep my kids in my home because my differential between my salary and my scarcity is $1,000. Our society literally says no. Our society says we would rather put $2,000 to $5,000 a month into a foster family than give the organic family $1,000. And when people are going to say that doesn't happen, my response to you is going to be, how many DCFS or CPS reports and surveys and investigations have you done? Because if the answer isn't greater than 0, then you haven't worked in it like I have, and you haven't been the person that has to sign the report for a child to be removed. Well, I signed the report that would eventually lead to the child being removed because of scarcity, because of abuse, when all that mom needs is $500 a month. All that mom needs is for the court to mandate the dad pay the child support. It's complicated. It's not complicated. It's not complicated. You're not Grip Hook. You haven't just been rescued by Harry Potter. It's not complicated. It's actually very easy. If there was no money to give, I could accept. And I'm not saying every time we try to take kids out of a home, there's not good reasons to take kids out of the home. But when we're taking a kid out of a good home, that's a poor home, and we're giving 4 times the money to the foster family, give the money to the organic family, which takes stress off of the foster system and keeps foster beds open for kids who actually need to be removed. Especially when the mom is paying her taxes. The mom loses her kids, but with the tax money you take away from her every month, she would be able to afford to keep her kids. That's where our society has gone completely fucking bankrupt. We've gone morally bankrupt. If we're providing a shelter that houses homeless, why the fuck are we hiring janitors? They can get a free meal. They can sweep the damn floor. That's exactly what FDR tried to do with creating a society where you get what you need by giving back to the society. It's what JFK said with ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Unfortunately, people are lazy. People are lazy. I don't think you should be allowed to get unemployment benefits and sit at your house. As I've said, I was a store manager. I was one of the first stores in through the door right from the bus stop. Every fucking day, I'd get 3 or 4 people that would come in and ask for an application. And you could tell, and this is 26 years ago, you could tell they were just coming through from the unemployment office, because that was the bus line. They'd come in, they'd ask for a fucking application, and I'd send them on their, they'd leave. They'd come back like 2 minutes later with barely half the application filled out. They'd hand it to me, and then when I took it, they'd say, "You have to fill this out." No, I don't. This is an incomplete application. You're not even qualified. It's not even complete enough for me to give you an interview. I had a bunch of fucking junky crackheads looking at me saying, "I just need you to sign this so I can get my unemployment." Absolutely the fuck not. So what I would do, right around that time period of the day, I would go to my front window and I'd turn my "now hiring" sign back to front. So they'd walk past. Then when it got to about 3 o'clock, I'd turn the sign back so that the people that were actually there in the afternoon looking for a job would come in. But it's all fucking bullshit. You're going to keep giving unemployment benefits to a person just because they filled out 3 job applications this week? They put their name and a phone number on it? They didn't fill out the rest? That's not looking for a job. I think what should happen is You should have to go to the unemployment office every day. And then municipalities should be like, hey, we need the park cleaned. Hey, you, and you. Go to Smithville, and somebody's going to meet you at the playground. You're going to go work all day, and that's what's going to earn your unemployment. A lot of people said, well, I wouldn't do that. Well, then you're not really unemployed, are you? You're not really hard up, are you? There's an opportunity to make money today, and you're not going to go make money. Speedrun fat strokes through EBT. You know, our society has become so fucked because junk food is cheaper than healthy food. You try to buy fresh fruit, fresh vegetables, fresh bread, you can't afford it. But canned vegetables full of preservatives, 99 cents for a can of corn. But 2 ears of fresh corn is like $3. People are mad because the Trump administration wants to take junk food off of your supplemental nutrition program. What is wrong with taking junk food off of SNAP? Either when we talk about SNAP and no junk food on SNAP, if your answer is because you need to eat healthy, you shouldn't be allowed to buy junk food if you're being fed by the government, I would say that's a great reason to take junk food off of it. But if you say it's not fair because the price of healthy is too high, well, guess what this is called? This is called the 5 whys. So now we have to look into this and we have to say, okay, if we've identified that healthy food is too expensive, then what we're going to do is we're going to figure out a way to get the cost of healthy food to be cheaper, either through government subsidies, government grants, or luxury taxes on junk food. Like I said, where's my Utz chips? 3 ingredients in these potato chips: potatoes, salt, and oil. They're the healthiest potato chips you can eat. There are no preservatives. There are no preservatives. In my opinion, those should count as healthy. Potatoes, vegetable oil, and salt. Now, as tasty as this shit is, that shit should not be, you shouldn't be allowed to get soda on EBT or SNAP. You shouldn't be able to. Price of healthy is high in my location because we have to import everything except meat because nothing human edible will fucking grow. Right. But then I'm gonna say this. Some people live out in the sticks. They live out in the boondocks. They live out in bumfuck nowhere. If the cost of giving government assistance to people out in those areas is too high, guess what? The government should arrange for you to be able to live closer to where the aid is. And we could do that. We could fucking do that. You could elect me King of America tomorrow and give me a 10-year window that I can fix all the problems. One of the very first things I would do is I would get rid of all the private oil companies. Get rid of all the private oil companies. Thanks for your fucking service. Get all your pump jacks off of our federal land. The oil's ours. We're gonna pump it. We're gonna refine it. We're gonna sell it. We're gonna keep the price fixed. And we're gonna tell all the fucking states, you can't tax gasoline. Figure out a different way to pay for your fucking roads. You're not putting a tax on gasoline. Because a hardworking person doesn't deserve to be paying $3.04 at the pump, or $3.09 at the pump, or $4.99 at the pump, or shit, the worst I saw it, $5.79 a gallon at the pump. No hardworking person deserves to live in a country that's made wealthy by oil barons And they have to pay an hour's wage just to drive to work. Why make them move it? Just use eminent domain and seize it? Because remember, when you seize something with eminent domain, you pay them market value or more. Eminent domain does not allow you to take people's shit for free. You have to give them market value or higher. Let's see. U.S. launches new strikes and Trump threatens massive attack as Iran widens war. There were signs Friday that some U.S. allies in the Middle East may be losing patience with the daily escalation and lack of diplomatic process. It's only getting crazier, one senior Arab official. Fucking NBC goddamn news. How racist can you be? Arabian, not Arab. Arabian. This is... It's both insulting and bad grammar. Trump was weighing whether to launch a massive attack on the Islamic Republic that would be bigger than ever before. The president's warning followed hours later by 13th night of military strikes came as oil briefly surged above $100 a barrel. Iran has shown little signs of bowing to U.S. demands, launching new attacks on shipping as well as U.S. bases and allies across the Middle East. Groceries cost you $58 a week. That's not bad for single. That's not bad. Do you think this is leading to Trump escalating even more and possibly using a low-yield tactical weapon? Okay, so I'm not saying that we don't have any low-yield tactical nuclear weapons, but we don't have low-yield tactical nuclear weapons. We've got big bada booms. Number two, we can't use nuclear weapons. Only an idiot would use a nuclear weapon dealing with Iran. Number one, you're going to piss off everybody to the east of Iran. One of those countries east of Iran is China. Dance. Nuclear fallout. People have this belief. People have this belief that when you launch a nuclear weapon, you hit the target and there's a 50-mile radial area that is where all the nukes is. No. The radiation, first of all, your death radius goes out to 100 miles. Everything inside of this range is 100% death rate, and then in concentric circles, it drops by 10% every circle, out till 50% at 100 miles. Remember, you don't live very long when you're irradiated. Now, that's problem number one. Problem number two, nuclear fallout doesn't stop at the 100-mile border. It gets carried by the wind. It goes up into the clouds, and then when it rains, all the radioactive dust falls into the ground, and then the animals eat it. Chernobyl went critical and blew radioactive material into the air, and all the sheep in the Orkney Islands of Scotland, which is to the west of them, because of how the wind pattern is at the top of the globe, all the sheep and goats had to be put down, even though they were in their barns for weeks. When they were let out and they were eating the grass, the milk tested positive for radioactive contaminant. Yeah, it enters the jet stream. Is this the Chernobyl fallout map? Yeah. This is the Chernobyl fallout map. And as you can see, what? This is the Chernobyl fallout map, and as you can see, it went the other way. It didn't follow the west to east wind patterns. It went around. Now imagine we dropped a nuclear weapon on Chernobyl, and that would show you where the radiation pattern would be. And a nuclear weapon would have a higher yield than Chernobyl going critical. Donald Trump, if he uses a low-grade tactical nuclear weapon, would be an idiot, because he would lose whatever alliances he has. And then I'm gonna leave this on the screen while I take a quick break. Donald Trump has imposed a fresh round of tariffs on 80 countries. There you go. Already. If we dropped a modern news on Chernobyl, we would depopulate Germany and half of France. Probably. Trump. So, Donald Trump. Oh, wrong screen. Donald Trump messing with the markets, putting 10% tariffs on people. I never wish ill on anybody, but we're really close to needing a new president. And then Donald Trump has pissed off the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and now he's taking a go at China. President at a recent meeting told me that he would not under any circumstances give or sell weapons to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and that statement included Chinese companies. Considering our relationship, I take him at his word. And beside, I am doing him very big favors. Also, President Putin, despite the horrible war going on in Ukraine, the relationship remains as it does with President Zelensky, told me that he would not sell weapons to Iran. He understands that I do not sell weapons to Ukraine, but to NATO countries. They pay full price, and how those weapons are distributed, I have no idea. Therefore, two major countries that speak of often in terms of Iran are, in my opinion, not participating. If they did, it would be very bad for them. Okay, so first of all, when we sell stuff to other countries, I don't think Donald Trump even understands how the military system of the U.S. works. Wasn't he just talking about allowing Ukraine to produce its own Patriots? Well, he can't stop the Ukraine from producing their own Patriots. One of the problems that we have with the U.S. when we distribute military hardware around the world is a lot of it is bricked. If you start trying to go in and take apart stuff, you brick it, and then we're the only people that can fix it. And then if we go and we have to fix it, we already know that you're in there trying to figure it out. Also, when we sell you certain hardware, the reason why the United States likes the majority of a European country's military to be U.S. hardware is because then you can't sell any of the stuff that we sold you to anybody else. Because if you do, we stop supporting the rest of the shit that you have. Yeah, he was going to give them a license to do so. The problem here is, if we sell Germany 1,000 F-35s, and Germany starts selling those, and we say, whoa, what the fuck, man? We told you didn't have permission. And Germany's like, well, we bought them, they're ours, we'll sell them. Well, we'll just turn off all the updates. And then Germany would be like, well, hey, we only sold 100, the other 900 we need. No, we're not going to do that for you. Fuck off. That's what the United States has managed to do is control a lot of things that the whole world needs in terms of military. Yeah, we can remotely disable their avionics packages. We can remotely disable the F-35s, all the interlocking between the weapon systems. If we can shut you out of that, and then great, you have a really expensive semi-stealth fighter that has its weapon suite diminished. Donald Trump has really put us in a position where we're kind of fucked. We don't have $1 trillion. We don't have $1.15 trillion to go fight a costly war in Iran. The total amount of money that we bring in taxes every year is about 5 trillion. We don't have the money to keep throwing at this fucking war. And this war doesn't get us anything. It's hard for me to say this, but I talk a lot about the Palestinian people. They had every opportunity to elect a different leadership or force a change in leadership. And I believe that because there's lots of ways. There's lots of ways to get changes in government. But the American people, I saw this meme and it made me laugh my ass off. I think the American people have to start taking a little ownership in the things that we do. And this just made me laugh. Evidence that humans are smarter than cats. We don't chase laser dots on the carpet. We're not afraid of vacuum cleaners. Evidence that cats are smarter than humans. We didn't elect Donald Trump as president. I don't even need a second point. I'm not trying to say that electing Donald Trump was a bad thing. If you think Donald Trump is a good leader, cool. In all these months that I've been doing the show, not one Make America Great Again Republican who's come to the show has had the courage to step up and say, this is how my life is better in 2026, in July of 2026, than my life was in July of 2024. And this is how the president made that happen. Because I'd be willing to bet anybody whose life is better now than it was 2 years ago, it's the result of their hard work, their perseverance, their grit. Because what has Donald Trump done for the average person? I don't think Donald Trump has done anything for the average person. I think what the U.S. has done with its military is the equivalent in CK3 getting maxed out heavy cavalry without the income to maintain them when raised. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's a big part of what people don't understand when they want to argue with me. We have our ops and sustainment budget, our personnel budget, our procurement budget, right? So the military has the budget for personnel, right? Sustainment, procurement, and then operations. Well, this 1.15 trillion is for operations. My life is better in July of 26 than it was in 24 because of one way, the expansion of VA mental health has allowed telehealth community care for veterans. Yeah, but here's the thing. That initiative had been being pushed for years. For years and years and years and years and years. It's good that veterans don't have to leave their home to get mental health care. Great. Donald Trump has liberated all my money from the bank with tariffs. Yeah. Yeah. And that's a really big fucking problem. He signed it in 2020? Yeah. Took 4 fucking years to get that rolled out. And the thing is, when anybody ever says this happened for the veterans, what really pisses me off is we shouldn't be having to have conversations about what's good for the veterans. The veterans should be like, the veterans have a problem. Okay, here's the solution. Today we're here at Congress because we're going to talk about whether McDonald's has to self-regulate 10 chicken nuggets per chicken nugget box. Excuse me, point of order. There's a veterans crisis. Okay, hold on. Let's table the McDonald's discussion. What's the veterans crisis? Yeah, that was the Bush initiative. Trump signed the ability for it to be used across state lines. Yeah, I knew that it had been in progress for years and years and years and years and years. It's like, did you guys know that it's only within about the last 15 years? We know that PTSD exists. We know it exists. We've known it exists since the First World War, right? Shell shock. The military only within the last 15 years started doing comparative mental health exams pre and post deployment. One of your pre-deployment steps is you go to the mental health clinic and you take a test. When you come back from the mental health, from your deployment, you go to the mental health clinic and you take a mental health test. If your score varies too much, you have to see a provider. On certain key control questions, if your answer has varied, you have to see a therapist. You have to see a provider. Now, for some people, they go in, they have their one appointment, they're one and done, they're back on duty. Some people, it causes them to be pulled off of duty. Some people, it causes them to be put out of the military with a medical retirement at 70% and lifetime health benefits. Now, as long as you're medically retired, your those mental health tests are fucking traps. They intentionally try to trick you into contradicting yourself in order to try to get around people who are trying to name this. Well, they're not traps though. That's all mental health exams are traps. Because it's like all the personality profiles are all traps. They ask you the same question 13 different ways. Why? Because they want to know if you recognize the question. A lot of people, when they take their personality profiles, they forget that you're taking the personality profile in order to get help. Because previously in the military, if you took a mental health exam and you failed, you could be kicked out without your retirement. It's just like the big one that we got going on in the military right now is transgenders are upset that a lot of them are removed from the military. The reality is that I'm not trying to be mean to transgenders. The majority of them aren't qualified for service anyway, and they never were qualified for service. If you require a daily, a weekly, a monthly injection of whatever, you're not qualified for military service. If you need insulin, you're not qualified for military service. Because what if you're on the road and your insulin breaks? Now what we have is a fucking known defect that's causing an issue. Now that doesn't mean that some diabetics get to stay in the service at home station. And I'm not against the idea that if you have a transgender individual, I don't think they all should have been kicked out of the military. But as simply put, if I have 7 people in my unit, right, then we can be on a deployment schedule of 1 out, 4 home. So you're out this month, you're out the next 3, 4, 5, 6, and then this person goes, so da-da-da. If I'm in a unit and I have 7 people and these 3 people can't deploy, now I'm on a 1-to-3 ratio. When you're deployed, 2, 3, 4, it's your turn to go again. Now these 3 people can't go. That's not equitable. That's not fair. That's not equal. You're all in the same job field, but 3 of you can't deploy due to being transitioning individuals. It has nothing to do with the fact that you're a transgender. It could be that you're diabetic. It could be that it could be that you have low testosterone. Pete Hegseth's new thing where males that are identified with low testosterone, they're going to have to take testosterone injections. Well, the problem with that is once a male starts taking testosterone injections for too long, a male will stop producing the requisite level of testosterone. So you're going to take the injection for the rest of your life. What the fuck did the Orange Man do now? Canada disinvited the United States to the opening of the Gordie Howe Bridge, which is fine, considering they are paying substantial tariffs to the United States. But the original deal on the bridge, which was terribly negotiated by previous administration, no longer stands. We changed the terms of the deal so the United States of America now gets 50% of the profit. I don't think you can just change the fucking deal. I don't think you can do that. I don't think negotiated treaties work that way. If you're transgender and you just put your head down and do your job, you belong. If you show up at the shop and drag, you need to go. And I'm not saying that because I don't like trans people. I'm saying that because if you're straight and you put your head down and do your job, you're fine. If you're straight and you show up wearing some stupid fucking gang-related shit, you need to fucking go. Yeah. I agree with that. Anybody that's in the military that becomes anybody in the military who becomes not a cog in the machines gotta go. And I noticed this a lot. When I was in LRO school, the class decided that we were going to go to a pool for PT. Now, I think that's fucking stupid. I think it is stupid to go fucking swimming for PT because most people don't own the official issued bathing suit, swimwear, we'll call it swimwear, to do PT at the pool. You did it all the time because you're in the fucking Navy. I wonder fucking why. We're the Air Force. We didn't do that. Well, anyway, we go to the pool, and I had a good friend. She had me drive her to clothing sales. The day we decided we were going to go to the pool was 2 days later. We were going to the pool, so I drove her to clothing sales because I had my car. She picked up a conservative swimwear piece. When we got there that day, I was fine. Checked in with the lieutenant colonel. He said, swim for 30 minutes. And then if you want to stay at the pool and, fuck about, whatever, play volleyball or whatever, but you're swimming laps for 30 minutes. Fine. Dove in the pool, started my watch, did my 30 minutes. My friend came over when I was finishing up. She's like, hey, can you wait 10 minutes while I finish up so you can drive me back to the building? And I was like, I really don't want to sit around wet for 10 minutes. She's like, please, because there's a reason. I said, okay. So I went, showered. I had change of clothes, so I can't sit in chlorine. My skin is sensitive to chlorine. So I went and I showered. I put on some clothes. She comes out, and she's like, did you see what so-and-so was wearing? And I said, yeah, you couldn't fucking miss it. We had a fucking lieutenant that decided to wear a string thong bikini to the on-base fucking pool. She wasn't necessarily a thin girl. Keeping in mind that when I say a string bikini, every square inch of those ass cheeks were visible. I'm not talking like one of those little narrow things. No. The fucking crack of her ass absorbed the whole string. She then was hanging out with some of the guys that were on the other end of the pool. Those guys were fucking enlisted. Yeah, dental floss. Are you talking about like the lips are fighting over which one gets to stay inside? Yes, exactly. So she was the one that had driven my friend to the pool. So we're driving back and she's like, yeah, thank you for driving me because I did not want to have to wait for her. I didn't want to be associated with her. And if you could just grab me in the morning for the last couple of weeks of class, I'm like, I leave for class early, right? I go over to the DFAC. She's like, I don't give a shit. I just don't want to ride with her because not all of us had cars. This girl was shocked when the next day she got called out of class and got an Article 15 from the schoolhouse commander. She was shocked a year later when she was not given a definitely promote up the ranks. If your promotion recommendation as a lieutenant to lieutenant is only promote, that's like saying, identify this asshole for force shaping. And they did. She had a promote to first lieutenant, not a definitely promote. So when we had the captain board, the problem with the captain's board is that you have too many people eligible. No. Second lieutenant to first lieutenant is auto magic, but you still have to, in the Air Force at least, you still have to have a promotion recommendation form. Because that's when your boss has to put definitely promote, or do not promote. For example, you got a DUI. So you got an Article 15 for a DUI. Well, that promotion recommendation form needs to be do not promote. So that when your promotion year comes up, they don't promote you. They either separate you or they tell you you have to do another year at that rank. Those recommendations only for when they're going into 03. No. Well, at the time period in the Air Force, we were moving back to captain sports. We opened up the officer ranks too much, so we were doing everything we could to force shape from second lieutenant to first lieutenant and first lieutenant to captain. We had 2 consecutive years. Captain's promotion is supposed to be auto magic as well, but we had boards for 2 years because we had to cut the fat. We just had too many people. And so she was shocked when she didn't make rank. She's like, I can't believe they're still holding it against me all these years ago, and they do not promote me to captain on our board. And I happened to be in the thread, and I said, I'm not saying you're a bad officer, and I'm not saying you're a good officer, but if you were equal to all the other officers, and none of those other officers have an Article 15, why the fuck would they choose to promote you rather than promote somebody who's never fucked up? Like, you fucked up. That puts you at the very bottom of the stratification list. Yeah, ensign to lieutenant JG, lieutenant was auto magic, and then 10% made it to lieutenant commander. Yeah, for us, during those couple of years, they were trying to force shape because we just swung the pendulum too much. What the fuck is this? The European Union is at it again, as usual, taking direct aim at great American companies. After having fined Apple for no reason at all, $15 billion, Meta $3 billion, Amazon $2.5 billion, and many others, we have just been informed that Google, a truly advanced and amazing group, has been fined yet another $1 billion without explanation. This brings the Google total to over $18 billion. This illegal and highly discriminatory practice started at these high levels during the first year of Sleepy Joe administration, but it's not going to continue during the Trump administration. The United States is not a piggy bank for Europe, nor will we allow it to be. Please let this truth serve to represent that we will immediately initiate a 301 investigation into the practice of robbing American companies and in turn the American taxpayer. The European Union will pay a very high price for this illegal and highly unethical conduct, which I have consistently warned them about. The penalties will be entirely reversed and will anticipate a substantial tariff to be placed on them at the earliest possible moment. I will be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that. So I have to ask the question, what the fuck is the Orange Man doing? Let me break this down a little bit for some people that don't understand. If you are able to be fined by Europe, you are not an American company. You're an American-based company, but you're an international company. The funniest thing to me, all these tweets are written by a woman whose entire job is to manage Truth social media, and she follows him around, and he dictates to her what he wants to say. So this is the cleaned up version of the shit that tumbles from his 3 brain cells. Google violates EU law, is fined for said violation, so they continue to do business in the EU. So instead of the reasonable arrangement, Americans will pay more for everything coming from Europe. Right. That's the fucking piece of this that every fucking MAGA Republican doesn't fucking understand. You pay the fucking tariff. So because Europe pissed you off, you're punishing your own people. That is the fucking textbook scenario of fascism. Some Europeans don't understand this. It works like this. I don't give two fucking shits. If say I did something that made the European Union angry, and they wanted to fine me, I would literally look at them and say, go fuck yourself. You can't fine me. And a lot of Europeans are like, yes, they can, because European law only fucking applies if I have to have a physical presence in Europe. What are you going to do? Mandate Twitch? Block my channel from every European? Like, what the fuck are you going to... What are you going to do? Fucking block all of YouTube so you can't listen to PGN music? What are you going to do? Block fucking Spotify so you can't listen? Because you can't do this shit. Europe doesn't have any influence over me. I don't give a fuck. Now, for companies like Steam or Blizzard, who have to have a European, well, they could restrict you from entry into the EU countries, so you wouldn't be able to fly from Ireland to France. Right. They could, but I don't plan on flying out of the country. Get fucked. The problem here is these companies agree to be fined. They agree to be fined because they have to have physical presence to do whatever it is they want to do. It was like when GDPR first came into effect, some American-based companies were like, fuck off. But some were like, okay, well, they just blocked the ability to access from Europe. Like the Chicago Tribune, while they were still working with their lawyers to figure out if GDPR applied to them, they just blocked all of the European IP addresses from accessing the Chicago Tribune. Now, sometimes there's no easy solution. The easy solution is this. Donald Trump should stay the fuck out of it. Because the president, unless one of those CEOs, like, I could understand if, like, Google had a data center and the German government went into the Google data center and physically removed proprietary information. I could see the CEO of Google going to the president and saying, hey, that country just fucking entered our facility armed, took Americans hostage, blah, blah, blah. Can you intervene? And then the president's going to be like, Civis Americana. We'll beat the shit out of you because you fucking, you touched my stuff. My people are my stuff. But what he fails to remember is, if Google builds a physical location in Germany, they've agreed to follow German law and EU law. So if they violate those laws, the fine is valid. What if a CEO had former employees remove hardware to hide in a dank-ass storage unit in violation of a court order? Then you would really have Sharifed that up. You never want to go full Sharif. I just don't understand my president anymore. Kevin O'Leary was accused in China of stirring up anti-data center out of Utah and accused a few of the nonprofits of being Chinese friends. You know, I give up with society. I just kind of give up. President says Putin told him China won't sell weapons to Iran. Oh, come on, what? I don't know what you mean by, oh, come on. Oh, President Trump has this really bad tendency to say things that the other person said to try to force that other person to... Like, Donald Trump has the negotiation skills of a 5-year-old. Mom said I could go out. That's not what your mother said. Your mother said, come ask your father. Your mother may have said it's okay with me, but go ask your father. That's not your mom saying you can go out. That's your mom saying it's okay if your father says it's okay. That's what Donald Trump is doing. I'm going to say these guys said that they wouldn't sell weapons to force them into not selling weapons. What? How the fuck does that work? The Art of the Deal. The Art of the Deal is the biggest pile of bullshit book you can ever read. I read it many years ago, and it is a complete pile of shit. I don't even have a copy of it. It's that fucking useless. The Art of the Deal is written by somebody. It is very easy to understand why there are so many sexual assault allegations against Donald Trump. Because of the Art of the Deal. The Art of the Deal says, don't accept the first no. No, you accept the first no. I don't understand the reasoning behind building a data center in Utah in the first place. Yeah, massive tracts of land that are unused, easy enough to put it in, brings jobs to a community that you don't have to pay excellent wages because they're desperate for employment. Probably got a big tax break, probably got a property tax break for 10 plus years, probably got local ordinances to have the surrounding infrastructure built up. Makes perfect sense to put it there because there's nothing there to compete with. So why did they build the Boeing plant where they built the Boeing plant in my town? Because it's a minute to the local airport. It's 5 minutes to the local military base. A lot of their employees are ex-military people. So you have a really close recruiting option. You embed with the local military base, you become essential, and then all of a sudden you don't have to work too much with getting business because you're literally right there. The thesis of Art of the Deal is literally be a bigger asshole than the other guy. Right. That is literally what the thesis is. Be a bigger asshole than the other guy. There's a reason Trump had to seek funding from Russia because no one in the Western world would work with him. Right. People in the Western world don't want to work with you when you filed for bankruptcy 6 times, three times being on casinos. Literally, it's impossible statistically to lose money as a casino. It is impossible to lose money on slot machines unless somebody hits the jackpot before the machine has had the jackpot is always eligible. But inside of a slot machine, the old slot machines, I don't know how they do it with the digital ones because I don't own a digital one. When you open up a slot machine, there's literally a dial. You set that dial to whatever you want the payout rate to be. It's how they fucking work. If the jackpot is 10,000, you have to seed the machine with $10,000. It is possible that somebody will jackpot before the machine is taken in $10,000. Statistically speaking, whatever the numerical odds of hitting is that's what the odds of it happening are. But once the machine has had enough time running, it will never pay out more than it brings in. How the fuck do you lose money? It's possible to lose money as a casino. It's not possible to lose money as an individual machine. It depends on how much you pay your staff and how many staff you have. Yeah, it's impossible to lose money on a casino unless you're a fucking idiot. Isn't it pretty damn hot in Utah though? It's not hot in Utah. I mean, it's not like putting it in fucking Texas. I think Trump was trying to launder money through the casino and he fucked it up. Yeah, that is probably what happened. Yeah, Utah isn't like Arizona hot, no. Let's see. Now he's just laundering money through his presidency instead. Yeah. No, it doesn't get really hot in Utah as well. I just don't know what we're going to do. The Social Security reckoning is finally coming. Senators elected this November will be in office when America's most popular federal program is on track to run out of money. Can we fucking stop? Stop with the fucking Social Security is going to run out of money. Social Security is not running out of money. The set aside is set to expire. That's it. Americans have been hearing about the looming demise of Social Security for decades. The number of old people receiving benefits has been increasing much more quickly than the number of working age adults whose taxes pay for the checks. Yet politicians have let this problem fester for so long that the public could be forgiven for thinking the crisis would never arrive. For the past 16 years, Social Security has paid out more than it has taken in. This has required dipping into its trust fund built up over the decades when baby boomers were in their peak earning years. The fund is on track to run out by 2032. When it does, the benefits will have to be cut by an expected 22% across the board to line up with the tax revenue that funds them. Pretty soon, politicians won't be able to kick this can down the road. Senators elected this November will be in office in 2032. So will the next president. They will have no choice but to come up with a way to save the federal government's largest and most popular program, lest they be blamed for its partial collapse. The available solutions are politically tricky, but not particularly mysterious. They involve raising taxes, increasing the national debt, and cutting benefits, or a mix of all three. Even if our leaders settle on a way to keep Social Security solvent, they're unlikely to address the deeper problem. The program designed to reduce poverty has morphed into a transfer of wealth to the richest members of our society. The problem here is that you cannot keep a broken system running over and over and over and over. Hey, Jalan, you federal fucking agent. I know where you live. Dude, I'm not afraid to pull up and blow your face off. Last warning, dude, turn around and change your ways or else chitty chitty bang bang time. Wow, man. So this is what I just got on Kick. So let me see how dumb the person on Kick is. If you really believe that I'm a federal agent, then you already know that we know who you are. Second of all, if you believed I was a federal agent, then you would know that I have many guns. And so what you've just done is, by your own statement, committed 3 felonies. I will be sure to let all of my friends who are federal agents know of the 3 felonies you just committed. Anything else out of you over on Kickland? Okay. Oh, I don't care. Cool. Just so you do know, though, I'm gonna blow your fucking face off. Okay. You can try. I do want to let you know, though, both the veterans in the house are good shots. Now you threaten my family. Okay. I know where they all live. Where do they live? Post it. And I know their full names. What's my full name? I can't say here. Yes, you can. You're a pussy. You have a keyboard and a text field. You've already committed 3 felonies. Just go full Monty. You can say here. Go ahead. Go on. I want to remind you. No, I want to let you know that some people don't handle this. The last 2 people who did what you did to me are still in jail. And I make generous donations to their Playmates commissary cards. And we will file that with the appropriate law enforcement agencies right at this moment. The fucking fun and shenanigans. This guy's actually crazy. Yep. I think what Kick needs to put their money into, is actually making reporting people easier. Oh, isn't it always fun filing reports? I have all of my Twitch VODs. No, ignore them. No, I don't ignore people who do that. See, Blue Magic Man, here's the fucking problem. Our society has become a pile of shit because everybody ignores everything. And that's the problem. We need to stop ignoring everything. Right? Our biggest problem is if there's no consequences for actions, then people keep doing this shit. So later on today, or maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, because it is Friday, when that individual who's just committed 3 felonies has some people knock on his door and says, "Is this fucking you? You're gonna need to come with us," right? People think it's fun and people think it's games. Until people have threatened my family, and now the 2 individuals who have done so are sitting in jail. And I don't give a fuck if they're sitting in jail, because the moment you threaten my family, even, let me say this. I got in trouble at the company that I worked for. Because the company that I work for in domestic violence class, they don't allow you to use anything other than a loving word for your partner. And one of the things they said is you can't have people refer to their partner as their old lady. Now, I argued with my boss and I said, "Ma'am, I don't think you understand that old lady isn't calling your wife your old lady isn't the same as calling your wife the bitch or my hoe or any of that. My old lady is the highest term of endearment. Like, go to a biker club and mess with somebody's old lady, and you won't mess with anybody ever again." I said, "Hey, Caleb, it's a little odd to me." Ready, Caleb? Let me just say, or Cable, let me just say something's a little odd to me. You showed up right after I banned the other guy, and now you're asking a bunch of questions. Little weird to me. You might want to back off the topic before I consider you to just be rolled into part of the problem. But if you mess with my old lady, I will fucking bury you where you stand. That is it. I'm Irish, that's my old lady. You threaten my kids, we're done. I will use 6 figures making sure you go to jail if you fuck with my kids. Period. Dot. My old lady and my kids. You want to come fucking be an asshole? You have my address? Ring the fucking doorbell then. It's always amazing. People on the internet, it's like, I have your address. I have your phone number. Good. Fucking call me then, bitch. Because if you have my name and you have my address, you certainly have my phone number. Then call it. Ring it. Ring this bitch up. We can talk. The issue we have in society is that, yeah, you don't have my phone number. So you don't know me well enough to have a fucking problem where you'd threaten my family. Tom Holland, he repeated somebody else's quote, but it's a great quote. If you have a problem with me, then text me. And if you don't have my phone number to text me, then you don't know me well enough to have a problem with me. Yeah, you're actually required by law to report that person when they say that, because I work from home, and then by default my home is a federal building. Right. The problem we have is that society has become a realm. Now, you don't have to leave. You just have to get off the topic, because it's either serendipitous timing, or because as soon as I banned that other guy on another platform, then you showed up, and then you were all about going down the rabbit hole. The problem we have in our society is that there is no consequences for bad behavior. Like the guy that got on the airplane with a derogatory t-shirt on, the stewardess said he'd have to take the shirt off. He told the stewardess, fuck off. Then the pilot came and talked to the individual and said, look, you're getting off the plane. You're not flying with us today. He's like, I'm not getting off the plane. And the pilot said, look, as it is right now, I just want you off the aircraft. But if this goes any further, I have to deplane the entire plane. Then they'll come in and they'll take you off. And then you'll be put on our airline's no-fly list, which we share with the other airlines. Because this is an onboard disturbance. She asked you to turn the shirt around or put a different shirt on. If you had done that, you'd still be flying. You're getting off the plane. The guy thought the pilot of the aircraft doesn't have the authority to kick him off the airplane. Yeah, if a stewardess came up to me and said, sir, your shirt's offensive, I would say, I'm very sorry. Would you like me to go into the bathroom and change? Would you like me to button up my flannel? Would you like me to turn it around? What would you like me to do? I apologize that you're offended. Well, what about your freedom of speech? Only protects me from the government. This is a private airline. It could be publicly traded, but it's still a private airline. She's the stewardess. She's Jefe. And if she's got to go get the pilot and go get Big Jefe, I know that shit's going to be a bad day. But our society is filled with people. Like, why can't we all just get along? Why can't we all just get along? Why can't we all just get along? What people's problem is this is your world and this is my world, and the reality is, I don't remember what the offensive shirt was. This is your reality, this is my reality, and there should be a gap between them. And we're cool if you start to expand your reality and you get right up on the border of my reality. But the moment your reality crosses into my reality, we have a really big fucking problem. A really, really, really big fucking problem. We all can't get along because we all have different opinions on what is and isn't moral. Bye, Caleb. Or Cable. It's a weird name. that aside from the fact that I don't wear offensive shirts, my shirts have glow-in-the-dark kitty faces that look like skulls with the lights off. And they say shit like I'm harmless, I swear. That's cool, I like that. There's some things that a general consensus on. You can keep saying that your name is Cable. It's your fucking username. There's something there's a general consensus on, but certainly not everything. Right. Like, your ability to have enjoyment ends where the other person's unenjoyment begins. People in the neighborhood were mad because somebody had a problem with people setting off fireworks. Now look, the compromise is already the law. In my state, you may not fire off shit that goes in the air. You may light off sparklers, snakes, jumping jacks, cones and fountains, as long as I believe it's 25 feet. I don't set off fireworks anymore, so I don't stay abreast as to what the total is. The truth of the matter is it unnerving for a veteran in a neighborhood of veterans to have people setting off fireworks? Yeah, a little bit. But I have noise reducing headphones. I have an in-room air conditioner that generates a lot of white noise. I have a fan in the ceiling that generates white noise. When people are setting off fireworks, I can deal. But it sucks when people start setting off fireworks on the 2nd of July, and I got to deal with it the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. That's a little annoying. I don't make a big deal about it. The people with dogs make a huge deal about it. Not to stir the pot, but generally everybody agrees murder is wrong, but not everyone agrees if abortion is murder or not. That is a really, really, really great perspective. To follow up that perspective, I'm going to type because my hands are sore. What we have is a situation where we have people will talk about this, and what they'll say is the political issue at hand is pro-life versus pro-choice. But it's not. And that's what it becomes. The problem is we get involved with dressing up things to be politically correct. If you are pro-life, how many foster kids do you have? If you're pro-life, how many little brothers or little sisters do you have from Big Brothers Big Sisters, that program? How many hours a week do you read at the library to the kids? Because if you're really pro-life, then what you're doing is making lives better for the children that already exist. If you're anti-abortion, cool. That's where your level of engagement ends. As I've said many times, which confuses some people, I've had people message me, yeah, they are pro-birth. People have messaged me after the shows and they've said, they said, how can I have two opinions on the same issue? Depending on which box I'm standing in. I said simply because of perspective. As a Roman Catholic, as an Irish Roman Catholic, I am against abortion. As a free American, I am pro-choice. My morals, I don't have an ethical, legal, philosophical argument that's not rooted in my faith for why somebody should have their choice. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to tell a woman she can't do what she wants to do with her body and then say, but I want to be able to decide what I can do with mine. For example, some of you have been in the chat when I've said, my living directive is very explicit. My advanced medical directive is very, very explicit. At the moment, 2 medical professionals concur that I will not have use of both hands. Immediately cease all medical treatment, regardless of the scenario we're in. If I'm in a car crash and they have me opened up, and I'm opened up on the table, and they say, shit, his spine is severed at C2. Stop. Well, we'll stitch him up in, no, you will not. Because stitching me up is a medical procedure. You have me open on the table, and you find out that I'm gonna be a quadriplegic? No, you're done. Just fold those flaps back over, disconnect, and I'll die. Because I don't want to live without both my hands. I have no interest in living without both my hands. My wife, on the other hand, she just updated hers. My wife used to be of the opinion, as long as she had one hand and her vision. My wife has now changed that to as long as she has her dominant hand. They'll stitch you together after you're dead. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask my doctor what would happen. Maybe I'll ask the hospital what would happen in that theoretical. They might stitch me back together enough for cessation of life. I don't want to live without my hands. No, without my legs, I don't give a shit. They're legs. I'll be Lieutenant Dan. I got new legs. I think if someone's kid is raping and murdering people, I think parents can do a post-birth abortion and kill their kids so the rest of society doesn't have to deal with it. Yeah, staples to keep you from becoming a human manta ray. Come on, Bunny, I think you have a very, very pointed statement. As the father of all daughters, I run into the problem of, where does my love for my child end? And where does being a good citizen begin? Yeah, what about the woman who tried to drown her 3 girls? We have a really big... See, we have a really big problem.
So you're saying that even if a business is closed...
And that really big problem is somewhere along the lines, the men in this country, the young men in this country, the boys in this country, have stopped engaging with their own father as the lion that they learn how to be a lion from. They've started picking the girlfriend's dad. All right? And I don't know where the fuck that came from. Somebody gon' get their ass kicked. Somebody gon' get their wig split. When you overhear your daughter's man friend tell her, I would lace up some gloves and go around in the yard with your dad. I fucking invite everybody but my son-in-law. My son-in-law is a fucking beast. I don't want to fight him. I'm shooting him with an elephant gun. Long fucking range. Like, no shit. If I found out that my son-in-law had an issue with me, shit. I'd have to shoot him long range. But when my younger daughter's boyfriend said, back in January over the rent, he's like, I'll go talk to your father with these fists. My daughter left the room crying. My wife just left, and my wife came home to tell me, and I was fucking Art the Clown, man. I wish a motherfucker would, because I got 10 years of repressed anger, and I don't want to go to jail. Swing on me first, I beg of you. Swing on me first in front of the security system so I have it on video, right? we gotta stop this fucking bullshit machismo society. Why can't everybody just get along? I think the problem is people don't know how to get along. So I think the key is, how do we reteach people in society to mind their own business when they're supposed to mind their own business, but to get involved when they should get involved? Because it's not enough to say people should just mind their own business, because then we have the Kitty Genovese story. Yeah, Will Wheaton's Law, don't be a dick. If you're not familiar with the Kitty Genovese story, she was in a phone booth being stabbed to death and nobody called the police. Or she was on the street being stabbed to death and nobody called the police. Everybody just assumed that everybody else was calling the police. You see this TikTok thing, they're all staged because they have to be. But you have these women that will take a Post-it note and like slap it on a guy and it says, "Help me." Or a woman will run up and she'll have like, "Please help me" on her phone. And then they do these videos where they watch as nobody helps. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what I would do if somebody if a woman came up to me with a Post-it note that said, "Help me." I don't know what I would do. I hope I'm never in that situation. I don't want to be dragged into other people's problems. But I'm not going to do nothing. The minimum I'll do is call the police. I'll call the police and start recording. Yeah, it depends on the area, right? Like, I don't want to be involved. I'll be involved, but I don't want to be involved. Is there something a kid, let's say less than 10, could do that would warrant the death penalty? I don't believe a child under the age of 10 has the appreciation for all things psychology, criminology, sociology, morality. I don't think a child under the age of 10 can commit an act that warrants the death penalty. If a child under the age of 10 commits an act that warrants the death penalty, I think we almost certainly have to charge the parents. I think we almost certainly have to figure out what the fuck went wrong. Now, what's the problem with have I heard the story of the 11-year-old boy who took his parents' truck and ran over 11 monks? No. I have not. I try to parse my news feeds so that I don't oh, hold on. You fucking buried that. You fucking buried that story. He didn't intentionally go and hit 11 monks. You made it sound like he took the fucking truck to go run over 11 monks. He took the truck without permission, drove 6 miles, lost control, and struck a procession of monks who were beginning a pilgrimage. That's a little... okay, so you led me in wrong there. He didn't intentionally drive into them. He was 11. He was in the truck. He hit him. A little bit different. See, framing, journalistic framing can change all of your opinions. I think there's a problem. I think there's a problem there. I think it's a parenting problem. Yeah, not running over 11 monks, having an accident involving 11 monks. Right. Then you have this piece of work. Woman charged with shooting 12-year-old over a bottle of water led to high-speed chase. Yeah. So we're going to dispense some Jalan level justice on this case right here. A woman from Milwaukee has been charged with shooting a 12-year-old boy and leading police on a high-speed chase with multiple children in the car. According to the complaint, the 33-year-old shot the boy while he was selling water bottles in the median. The criminal complaint alleges that the victim was in a fight with the son, several other children. The 12-year-old victim said he'd gotten the better of some kids without getting hit very much himself. Burrell alleged that her son had been bullied by the victim in the week prior. After shooting the boy, she drove off in a car that was stolen from a friend. Okay, she faces 22 felony and misdemeanor charges, including reckless child injury, child abuse, neglect, and bail jumping. She was released just 11 days prior. Okay, can I just say this? Off to the island with you. Off to the island. Yeah, this was premeditated. You're done. Off to the island with you. There's no redeeming this individual. I'm not saying that every first of all, everybody convicted of a crime didn't commit a crime. Let's start with that. Everyone that is convicted of a crime didn't necessarily commit a crime. As I've spoken ad nauseum on this channel, due to the plea bargain system of this country, due to the way they vertically and horizontally overcharge you, lots of people take plea bargains because it's the path of least resistance. You're facing multiple felony counts of you're potentially facing multiple counts that are going to lead to 7 to 15 years or 2 years probation. I'll take the 2 years probation, please. Here we go. First of all, we need a complete reforming of our justice system, our legal system. But if you just got out of jail 11 days prior, you stole a car to shoot a kid, there's no redeeming you. There is no fucking redeeming you. Period. There's just not. So why are we wasting our fucking time? You were already in jail for something. You got out of jail for the something. And then you know, yeah, there's no way she got that gun legally. And everybody will turn around and say, well, we have to help, we have to help, we have to help. No. To be crude for a second, because I think people can only start when we start from a level of crude. If you were making chicken noodle soup in your kitchen, and I walked into your house, pulled a chair over, stood on the chair and pissed in your soup, is there anything you can do to save that soup? No. That whole batch of soup has to be thrown out. There are some people that are chicken soup and piss. You can't redeem all of them. Chop her fucking hands off and send her to Jurassic Park Island. You know, there's... In education, we are constantly taught and reminded that we will spend 90% of our time on 10% of our students. I don't like that metric. Because I'm not going to spend 90% of my time on the shithead troublemaking kid that won't sit still. He's got ants in his pants. Like, I'm not going to spend my time on him. Look, this is high school civics. The two key documents you need to read to pass this class are the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, including the Bill of Rights. At what point do you cut your losses on someone, though? That's a great question. That's a great question. At what point do you cut your losses? I think we need to teach people the difference between love and enabling. I think at some point we need to say, if you really love that person, you'll let that person fail, because only through a failure will that person ever have a chance to make positive progress. And I think things can turn out okay. And I think you have to be willing for things to turn out okay, and you have to be willing for things to turn out terribly. For example, my middle child, codename Stripper. Pretty soon I'm gonna change her codename because she turned her life around. She made a lot of really stupid decisions in life. She made a lot of stupid decisions. She didn't want to ask for help. She didn't want to admit she failed. So she didn't come home. She bummed around with friends of the family, moved back to Illinois, didn't know she was here. Never told me she was here. Then she went and got married, was a stripper, got divorced, got remarried, had 2 beautiful children. She figured it out. At some point, we have to just start letting people figure it the fuck out. We have to understand that you can't save people from themselves. And we also have to understand that people can't find themselves using somebody else's map. You can't fix somebody else's problem. That person has to want to fix their own problem. If that person doesn't want to fix their own problem, there is nothing you can do to help them. Nothing. And it's rough. It sounds cold. It sounds callous. But if you don't want to help yourself, I'm not going to put more effort into you than you put into you. As you've heard me say, I've offered people houses, I've offered people jobs, I've offered people places to stay. And the problem is they want those things without you having a say. I am never going to give you money, right? And give you money carte blanche and not have a say. Because I need you to become successful so that you can pay me back. If I'm not helping you be successful, then I don't deserve my money back. It's also like when people say, I don't want my brother around the house anymore because every time my brother comes around, I find jewelry missing and stuff. Okay, if your brother is stealing from you, let's make this a little bit clearer. Your brother's a thief, and your brother needs help. So let's address it that way. At what point? Oh, as soon as you violate my boundaries. Yeah, as soon as you violate my boundaries is when you should be cut off. Like, men especially don't have boundaries. Men are really, really, really bad about having boundaries. Men, for some odd reason, they don't have good, healthy boundaries. And then, when things go sideways, everybody says, well, look at how much of a burden he's been carrying for so long. Look, if you're carrying a burden and you don't tell anybody you're carrying the burden, then it's not a burden. It's only, the word burden means above and beyond what I am capable of doing for any specific length of time. It's like when I hear a wife or a group of women the wife will be out. I can't believe you got your husband to babysit. Fucking babysit? That's called fucking parenting. If you all are living in the expectation that a man taking care of his children is babysitting, then all of y'all need to be single for a while until you figure out the fucking words and what words mean. It's like doing marriage counseling, because all that was tied in parcel with my counseling degree that I was working on. Doing marriage counseling, I would hear wives say to their husbands, stay-at-home wives, very, very, very specifically stay-at-home wives. Wives that say to their husband, when you get home, you never help. Help. Man walks in, been working 8 hours. Just 8. We're not doing a 10-hour job, a 12-hour job. We're not doing that shit. Man comes home, worked 8 hours. He comes in a house and nothing's done. Some of you are already getting ready to say something, but you don't even have all the information yet. Man walks in the house. He's been at work for 8 hours, so he's been gone from the house for 10 hours. He walks in and nothing's done. There's no dinner about to be served. The laundry isn't done. The fucking trash hasn't been taken out. Nothing. If all the kids are school-age kids, that's a fucking problem. If all the kids are 5 and under, that's not a problem. Is the kid safe? Now we're getting to the question. Is the kid safe? Nothing got done today because you have 3 kids all under 5, and you don't understand that, yes, you went out to work, you've been at the job, you've been earning the money, you've been earning the bread, you're the breadwinner, you have the career. But she did the very best she could, having 3 kids under 5 and trying to get shit done. Now, some people are going to say, well, she could have gotten stuff done when the kids were taking their nap. Uh-huh. You ever have 3 kids under 5? Tell me how many days that you get all 3 down for a nap at the same time. Is the house burning down? No. She's doing good. Where I run into the problem, though, is all 3 kids are school-age kids. So they've been out the door. Of those 10 hours, they've been out of the house for 7 of them. And the groceries aren't bought. The dinner's not cooking. The laundry's not done. The trash isn't out. Right? Now we have a different problem. I'm not saying being a housewife and a house mom isn't a career, because it absolutely is. But if he left for work at 6 and you took the kids to school at 7, right? And he's walking in at 4 and you just got the kids at 3:30. Yes, every husband, every wife, every parent, every partner has been there. You literally had that room fucking clean. You had that room clean 20 minutes ago. But there's a difference between messy and filthy. I think we have a really big problem in this society where women want to look... Women, we did that survey here the one time. Women are looking for a unicorn, and women don't want to be told that they have a value. Men, some men are looking for a partner. Some women are looking for a partner. Some men are looking for a maid. Well, that's got to go too. If you feel like your husband is treating you like a maid, well, then you need to end that relationship. If I want a maid, it'd be cheaper to pay one. Sounds awful sexist, right? But I've said the same thing to guys. Stop treating your girlfriends like housekeepers and just get a fucking housekeeper. The results will be better and you'll pay less. But, and you guys have heard me make this joke before, and I finally found the goddamn meme. I knew I had it. What is the problem with the dating world right now? Good men can't find good women. And some of the good women, although you might question whether or not these are good women, this is the fucking reality. Guys, I have 3 baby mamas, 2 felonies, 1,500 days incarcerated, a GED, I drive an uninsured 1996 Honda with no seatbelts, and I don't have a job. And there's the girl like, yeah, I'm gonna jump his bones. I'm gonna give him a ride. I'm also not on birth control. I used to say to my female clients, because I taught both the men's and the women's domestic violence classes, if you have 3 babies from 3 different baby daddies, you have a practical value of 0. If you're a woman with 3 kids from 3 different baby daddies, unless the first 2 died and you're still with the 3rd one, then every Halloween you should just dress up like a piñata, because you let everybody hit it. You do not have to, good women already have a kid, they had to go through it first. No, you don't. Some. You do not have to have a kid to be a good woman. Just like, I don't like this statistic. I do not like this statistic, but the problem is some statistics are actually accurate. A stepfather is the man who stepped up when the other man stepped off. But in cases of child abuse, the top question we ask is the nuclear family whole? The reason why we ask that question first is because the second question is there a boyfriend or stepfather in the picture? And the reason why we ask that is because in situations involving a stepfather, the likelihood of child sexual abuse increases by 1,000%. When you take a child in and you're listening to their first allegations, it's really hard to do those because you have to be completely unbiased. Because kids lie. But statistically speaking, if there's a stepfather in the picture, it's 1,000% more likely. I know a woman who uses kids as a paycheck to hold over their dad. As soon as her kid turned 18, she abandoned her and sent her to live with her grandparents. Yeah, that's shitty. That's a shitty woman. She then, of course, got pregnant from another guy shortly after. She makes a career out of child support. Yeah, that's a shitty woman. That's a shitty woman. That is a 0 value woman. Yeah, in some states, if they go to college, men have to pay child support through their college as well. Although what I've seen as a tactic in those states is, in those states where by law you have to pay child support till the kid is out of college, I've seen a lot of men use the, fine, I'll pay child support, but not to my ex. I'll pay it directly to my child. I hate women who live off child support. I hate men who don't pay child support. I hate men who don't take care of their kids. I hate women who don't take care of their kids. Also, for anybody, if you are knowingly sleeping with someone who's cheating to be with you, if you started dating them, you deserve to be cheated on. This has always been my philosophy, and it's kind of a weird philosophy because it's kind of old school. It's kind of old school like this. A lot of guys go to the bar, and I was one of them. I'm not going to say that I wasn't when I was a younger man. I figured it out a lot faster than other guys. But you go to the bar and you pick up something to hit, right? The problem is if you were able to hit it on the first night, so was every other dude. Her nickname should be Piñata because everybody hits it. Her nickname should be Doorknob. Everybody gets a turn. If you're able to sleep with a woman or a guy, guys are sluts. Guys are worse sluts than women are. Nobody wants to admit that. I'll be the first to admit it. Guys are bigger sluts than women. But if you're able to have sex with a person on the first night meeting them, welcome to having sex with everybody she's had sex with. Because a mature relationship involves getting together, getting to know each other, and then at some point, mutually both of you going to your respective doctors, getting STD tests, and bringing your partner the results. Because then you're being responsible. Men are bigger liars. Women tell bigger lies. Women tell the lies like, yeah, it's your baby. Unfortunately, we don't teach. It really bothers me that as a society, we have all these after action response-based programs, like for victims of sexual assault, for victims of domestic violence, support class, all these things. Why the fuck don't we teach in high school what a good relationship should look like? Like, years and years and years ago, you know, I was engaged in high school. Appreciate the follow. I was engaged in high school. I loved my fiance. Shit happened. Didn't stop loving her. Had to stop being with her. I used to laugh because guys were making it a collection of how many girls they could sleep with. I think I've told you about the army guy. It's a really funny story. It's actually quite tragic, but it's hilarious because it is the outcome. He's getting ready to leave for the military. It's Saturday afternoon. I just got beat up by the police. Tell me the story. We graduate on Saturday afternoon. I went to dinner with my family and my fiance. Everybody else went and did their things. Sunday, we got together at this girls' lake house up in Geneva. The parents were there, adults were there, but they let us come. Well, the parents started off the night there. I think this is a key component of the story. The parents started off the night there, and then they went and they said, we're going to be gone for 6 hours. Well, one of our guys, he was leaving the next day. As soon as the party was over, he was having to go down into Chicago. The next day, he had to go to the airport and go to the military. He decided, a lot of girls, he was like the sexy jock, like stud. He slept with a lot of girls that night, a lot of different girls that night. About 11 months later, he comes home after basic training, infantry school, AIT. He comes home and he gets slapped with not one, not two, but 3 paternity tests. He shot 3 for 3 girls. He has 3 daughters, all about the same age. They're all like late 20s, early 30s now. In fact, they might be older than that. Yeah, they're all 29. They're all 29. I think what was more embarrassing about this situation, was he was blamed for ruining these 3 girls. If I remember correctly, 2 of them were going to be seniors and one was a graduating senior. So 2 of them had to go through their senior year of high school pregnant. And everybody blamed him. And I got kind of pissed about that. Remember, I was a young man. I was a younger man. I got kind of pissed at that. Everyone's blaming him. And people would bring it up in circles. And I'm like, yeah, man, he's such a dog. He got 3 girls pregnant. And I would say, hold up. If we're going to call him a dog, why aren't we calling 3 sluts? At least number 2 and number 3 should be labeled as sluts. Because it was no secret he had slept with XYZ. He had slept with A. It was no secret because he was walking around with a sheet wrapped around him like a toga. It was no surprise that he had not slept with 1 girl. Then he slept with a 2nd girl. The 3rd girl was the dessert. And he slept with more than 3 people that night. He knocked up 3 of them. Everybody wants to put the blame on him because the story has to have a villain. We can't blame the victim. Well, why is the girl who got pregnant automatically the victim? Were you willing? Yes. Then you're not the victim, you're a co-conspirator. Now, if he was running around raping women, that would be a different story. I used to say to people like, my fiance and I have been together for a year, almost 2 years. She's not pregnant. Because we're smart people. We know what a raincoat is. We know what birth control is. We also know what cycle planning is. Birth control fails. Condoms fail. Maybe you just watch a movie and hold hands during the high risk days of pregnancy. You're from India, where we're protesting in front of a parliament house because the exam to become a doctor was leaked 4 times in 6 years. Police is beating everybody up. Yeah, the cockroach riots. Why are you guys protesting? It's a serious question. The exam to become a doctor was leaked 4 times in 6 years. Help me out here. Fill in the gaps for me. Why is that protest worthy? I mean, I could get down with government corruption. But I always ask protesters, what is your goal? Because if you start at what your goal is, sometimes protesting, the only thing protesting is going to do is get you your ass kicked. I think a really important question becomes, what intended goal do you want? Because then you have to ask the question, can the action get us to that goal? But protesting for the sake of protesting has always been and will always be a waste of fucking time. Most countries get their idea of protesting from the US Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, and the right of the people peaceably to assemble for a redress of grievances from their government. Peaceably, lawfully, because the context of the word peaceably in the 1770s, peaceably means lawfully, not violently. It means lawfully. It's why you were an officer of the peace, a peace officer, a justice of the peace, justice of the law, officer of the law, law officer. We don't even teach English right anymore. My response is, if I'm king of America and somebody organizes a 1 million man march, right? Yeah, it's the right to lawfully assemble, but that's where they get their right to protest from. People don't understand. People don't understand the difference between a protest and an assembly. But if I'm king of America and somebody puts together a 1 million man march, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send some people out there and I'm going to say, hey, who is the leader of this organization and who are the 4 or 5 witnesses you want to come with? Yeah, obviously you got some shit to say to me. You rallied 1 million people, so come on and say it to me. But before you do, turn around and tell all these people to go home. You got the redress of grievances. We want the we want the McRib and the Shamrock Shake to be available at the same time. Cool, I'll call fucking McDonald's and I'll ask them. I'll pass it along. You rallied 1 million people to protest for something I can't change. Sure. Sometimes you can't make everyone happy. You should never try to make everyone happy. You can't make other people happy. Only people can make people happy. If it's common for doctors to be cheating to pass tests, and now you have a deluge of untrained medical professionals who are hurting people, I think that's protest worthy if you want an independent review that the recent cohorts of the doctors are generally qualified. Okay, you kind of got to a point with a lot of words and a lot of things that could be eliminated from the sentence. Is the problem the doctors are unqualified? Because if the problem is the doctors are unqualified, a protest outside the legislative building is not going to get that fixed. Is your problem is the action you're taking a viable route to get your problem solved? Protesting about doctors' exams getting released is a lot like having sex to ensure virginity. Sure, it's an action. It probably isn't going to get the job done. It probably is not what you need. You can't ever make everyone happy. If everyone is happy, you've either drugged them or they're all dead. That's the only scenario where everyone is happy. Right, it's why people don't understand compromises. People don't understand compromises, and a compromise is where nobody leaves happy, but nobody leaves completely unsatisfied. Be right back. Okay. Rome wasn't built in a day. Right. Rome was not built in a day. It's not about getting to the desired end state today. It's about getting to a place better today than you were yesterday, except if you negotiate in bad faith. The problem is both of the political parties in America negotiate in bad faith. If you have a compromise today and you bring up the same issue again 3 weeks from now, you compromised in bad faith. Most of the time. Some of the time you'll say, it's okay because we agreed we would look at it again in 3 weeks. There's 3 different phrases that you can say to your kids. I need ideas for dinner. What would you like for dinner? What do you want for dinner? Those 3 phrases have completely different meanings. Give me some ideas for dinner. Pizza Hut. Cool, good idea. Let's do that. What would you like for dinner? What would you like for dinner? Fuck, I'd like Tepanito down at Epcot. I'm not getting it, but it's what I would like. What do you want for dinner? McDonald's. No. Then why'd you ask? Parents have a really bad habit of not teaching their children and not understanding. Every single time you interact with your child, you're teaching your child. Every single time you interact with your child, you're teaching your child either directly or indirectly. I very rarely ask my children, what do you want for dinner? I ask my children, give me some ideas for dinner. If I'm in the mood for either a gyro, well, I'll just say I'm in the mood for a gyro. Then my answer is, I'm getting a gyro for dinner. Your options are eat out of the fridge, or you can get McDonald's from the McDonald's next door to the gyro place. My dad would ask me, what do you want to do for dinner, chicken or fish? If I said chicken, he would make fish and vice versa. That's bullshit. That's bad parenting. That's shitty parenting. Just don't do that. There's no reason. If you're gonna live like that, just say to your kid, you're having fish for dinner. Now, somewhere along the line, we lost a part of roles. When I was a kid, my parents would call me up to the top of the stairs and they would say, do you want dinner? Because sometimes I got my own food because I worked at a lot of places that I'm like a busboy. I could eat there. So sometimes I just eaten and I wasn't hungry. I remember the one time went up the stairs. My dad was there. He's like, do you want dinner? I said, what are my choices? My dad looked at me dead ass in the face and said, yes or no? Like, those are your fucking choices. Do you want dinner? Yes or no? Now, I don't do that to my kids. My kids get told, this is what I'm making. My kids also have, depending on their age, my kids have the things in the fridge and the freezer that they need to cook for themselves. I'm making a steak for dinner. I don't want steak. Cool, I wasn't offering you a steak. I said, I'm making steak for dinner. The rest of this fucking sentence is, I'm making steak for dinner. Do you have what you need to take care of yourself? Like, they jump in. I'm making steak for dinner. I don't want steak. Okay, cool. Good. Wasn't offering you a steak. There are some times, however, that we make something and the kids have to eat it. Like, we're due for one of those. We're having beef tips and rice. Why? Because you need red meat. You need protein. Yeah, you have each kid gets to choose a single meal, a single night of the week, and they choose in advance. Yeah, like 10 days in advance. So you know what the meal is. You know what the menu is. Yeah, it's good. It's good tactic. Good technique. And then you build on that as a parent. Good. This is what you want. So the next stage of this evolution is you're going to learn how to make it. Because that way, when you're a mid-teenager, you can be assigned dinner for a night if your mom and I have to be gone. Like, you're going to make dinner. Like my daughter, we go for a walk around the neighborhood. My wife and I go for a walk around the neighborhood. When I'm walking out of the house, I say to my daughter, I said, we'll be back in 20 minutes. Don't cook anything till we're back. Why? Because I don't want to be out of the fucking house if there's a fucking accident. Not because I think my child is going to start a fire. But nobody ever thinks that a fire is going to start in their house. The other day, I told you guys, I replaced this. This is a discontinued model of First Alert. I got rid of this one because I didn't like the threshold of carbon monoxide for this one. And there were several days in a row that I was upstairs and I would just get real sleepy all of a sudden. Like real tired. And I was like, fuck, let me check the carbon monoxide detectors. I was just exhausted. I wasn't sleeping well. I was wondering if I had a carbon monoxide leak in my hot water heater. I don't. I've checked. But we don't teach kids. We don't teach children. We just naturally assume everything's going to be okay. I realized looking around the house the other day, I have to rehang the downstairs smoke detector. I had to disconnect it the last time I made London broil because my London broil sauce caught on fire, which it's apt to do, and the alarm started going off. And I have the First Alert integrated system. When one smoke detector in the house goes off, they all go off. And they all talk. Fire, fire, fire. Evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. And they, until all of them stop, they all keep sending the signal back to the master that keeps evacuate, get low, get low. Like, what are you, fucking, am I Sully from fucking the fucking Hudson Landing? Too low, terrain, terrain. Like, fuck, computer, shut up. But I realized it was down. I realized the one downstairs was down. So I was like, well, shit, man, I gotta make sure that I don't have a CO2 leak. Because, yeah, CO2 poisoning, the ramifications of it, your body doesn't recover from. Well, you do, but it takes fucking forever. But a lot of people don't. I found out the other day, a lot of people don't have smoke detectors. What the fuck? You don't love your family? Well, if there was a fire, I'd wake up. Yeah, so said everybody who died in a fucking house fire. Because what kills you in a house fire? The fucking heat? No. The fire? No. You die because you die because of smoke inhalation. Also, as a reminder, carbon monoxide isn't something to fuck about with because it makes you sleepy. The problem with integrated CO2 smoke alarms is that CO2 should be mounted 18 inches from the floor, and smoke alarms should be mounted on the ceiling. That is true. That is absolutely very true. Carbon monoxide leaks build from the floor up. Smoke comes from the ceiling down. That is absolutely true. If you get the model that detects, I mean, having your smoke detector mounted on the ceiling that's a carbon monoxide detector is a bad thing. That's why that one is, I'm going to check to see if that one alerts on carbon monoxide. And then if it does, I'm going to sit it next to the bottom of the lawn, the bottom of the door, because that is absolutely true. Your daughter got in a lot of trouble, mostly over her reaction to getting in a little trouble. I ended up telling her it was my job to make sure she gets to 18 healthy and prepared, and it was up to her whether she got there happy or I dragged her over the finish line screaming. Yeah. I know it sounds like you're being a hard ass. I know it sounds like somebody is being a hard ass, but if you're concerned about your kid's opinion of you, you're a shitty parent. Because they can be your friend or they can be your child. It's very, very difficult for them to be both. Like, for example, my daughter, her room was a fucking disaster. I tried threats, I tried bribery, I tried everything. And then one of her pictures fell. Allegedly fell. I'm not 100% certain it fell, but I'll take it at face value. But the problem is it was glass framed, so when it fell, obviously some of the glass shards went places. Now, I'm not about to get in trouble because you go to the fucking hospital with glass shards in your foot, and I get a bleeding heart fucking nurse who calls CPS on me, and now I gotta deal with that whole mess because you can't be asked to clean your fucking room. So now we went past the threat, the force, the bribery. We went to the, all right, motherfucker, now shit's happened. Now it's getting done, or I'm just turning off your phone. And if I turn off your phone today, I'm not turning it back on until you're 16. And in my house, you don't leave the house as a teenager without your phone. If your phone's not charged, you can't leave the house. You need to be more strict. No, you don't need to be more strict. Do me a favor. Until you know me, don't tell me what I have to do with my kids. Raise your fucking kids any way you want. I think I made it clear earlier in the show. You don't tell me how to raise my kids. I won't tell you how to raise yours. I'll just give talking points. I don't need to be more strict. I produced a child that makes more money a year than I do. Okay? I don't need blind bullshit advice. Being more strict on your kid isn't always the answer. You need to know why of some things. You kind of need to be seasoned. My father thought the answer was to be more strict. Out of his 4 sons, 1 doesn't speak to him. I'm not the one. My second oldest brother doesn't speak to my dad because my dad was too strict when he was growing up. Being too strict isn't the right answer because it's the problem we have in problem solving. If the only tool you have in your toolbox is a hammer, you see every problem as a nail. We do the ask, tell, threaten, do it for them. The do it for them part is when where they do not want to be because we clean up the room. Oh yeah, exactly. See, Faye Lynn uses the same parenting method that it's not a commonly accepted parenting method because it's not liberal and it's not bleeding heart and it's not friendly. But Faye Lynn has the fucking best parenting model. Ask, tell, threaten. And threaten doesn't mean like scream at your kid. Ask, hey, could you please clean up your room? Go clean up your room. If you don't clean up your room, I'm going to clean your room for you. Now I'm just going to do it. Nope, I already started. It wasn't important enough for you. Now I'm doing it. And then all their shit that, like, look, I don't know the value of this stuff. All the clothes are going into the wash. All this other shit that I don't know what it is getting thrown out. Well, it's my stuff. Well, if it was your stuff and it was important to you, it wouldn't be on the floor. Yeah, the problem, and Next has the other side of that. The more strict doesn't produce better children. It produces sneakier children. And I wish one day Stripper would do a co-show with me to talk about where my parenting method failed her. She got away with so much because I was very strict. My father was strict. I was strict. I like to say that my father was strict and I was stern. We dialed down strict to stern, just a few notches. But I didn't know my daughter vaped for months. I could never figure out why. All of a sudden, one fucking day, my daughter just up and decided she was going to be a clean freak. I could not understand why all of a sudden she started being a clean freak. Her fucking vape was at the bottom of the cleaner's box. Every time I said, because every Saturday morning we would clean, and she was like, I'll take care of it. Why don't you take the two little ones for a walk? So my wife and I and the two younger ones, we would walk down to the lake and walk back, and we'd get home and all the cleaning stuff, the mirrors, the countertops, all the stuff that you need to use cleaners for, all that would be clean. The toilets, all that. Was months and months later, we had to clean up something and open it up and there's a fucking vape in the bottom of it. It's like, holy fuck. If you're strict and stern, you just produce sneakier, craftier kids. Because you're not teaching them to do the right thing. You're teaching them to not get caught. Your parents had it easy as parents. Neither I nor my sister ever got in any trouble. My parents just let us be since we never gave them a reason not to trust us. Yeah, but I tell my daughter, I say, your job is to go to school and learn stuff and fetch me A's. That's your job. As long as you're fetching me A's, I'm not going to be involved. This whole year, my daughter got all A's. Why? She does not want me involved. She does not want the compulsory review time at the kitchen table every day after school. You don't have all A's. We have compulsory review time. My daughter also learned that there's a difference between a truth and a lie. Do you have homework? No. That's funny because I'm looking at your online, I'm looking at your Skyward and you have homework in every class. I have homework, but I did it at school. Well, that's called schoolwork. I need to see the homework. You got all A's. Now my daughter says, I had homework, I did it in study hall. Got it. You got all A's? Yep. Got any missing assignments? Yeah, one. Where is it? It's done. I'm turning it in tomorrow. Great. Spot check whether or not I asked to see that one. The youngest, out of all my children, the youngest is the only one to ever get suspended. She got ISS this year for something stupid, but she knows that that's a fuck up. Didn't have one problem, not one toe out of line after the suspension. I set my kids up to have to either reach for it or fall on their face. I'm constantly pushing them for them to have to reach. Right. Growth only happens outside of your comfort zone. Every child is different and each one should be treated accordingly, but also fairly. Yes, children have to be treated accordingly and fairly, not fair and equally. Fair and equal are, in my opinion, we need to start teaching in social studies class that fair and equal are antonyms. That's why we have to have both in our laws. Fair and equal are not the same. Fair and equal are not the same. Fair and equal. This is a great. This mouse. I gotta get rid of this mouse. So a lot of times you'll see this image, and this is part of a good image. I'm showing you the first part first. I love this image for teaching the difference between equality and equity, right? Equality is everybody gets one box. The assumption that everyone benefits from the same support. Equal treatment. Equality. Equity, everyone gets the support they need. This is the concept of affirmative action, thus producing equity. But the reality is, hi, I can't draw if you bump in my hand. The reality is what we need is justice. All three can see the game without supports or accommodation because the case of inequity was addressed. The systematic barrier was removed. This is the problem. And then after this one, somebody took it further and made this image, which I think hits home. The reality of the situation. The reality is you had to take a box away from one person in order to obtain equity. No, not necessarily. If you read that into it, that is fine. But the reality is that somebody gave them those boxes in the first place. The reality is few get what they need, some get just what they need, and many get less than what they need. Equality is everybody gets the same, but the box doesn't help the person in the wheelchair. Equity is everybody gets brought up to the same level, but justice is we fix the problem. I really, really, really like the fact that we're slowly starting to talk about the difference between equality, equity, and justice. But what really pisses me off is that we're still trapped in an era. It is a good chart. I like that one. That one has been evolving over the years. What I resent, now keep in mind, obviously I'm not black. Big fucking shock to people, right? But what most people don't realize is that my godchildren, my oldest godchild is white. All of my other godchildren are half white, half black. I don't love my godchildren any less than I love my grandchildren. In fact, the woman whose kids those are, she'll switch back and forth between calling me by my first name and calling me dad. Because I took her in when she was a scared teenager. I don't care if she calls me dad. She had a very terrible relationship with her own father. If one of my grandchildren show up, I'm going to help them the same. But in full transparency, what I have told this individual, this mom, is you made a really big decision for your unborn children that you're going to spend your whole life supporting them for. And she's like, well, I loved their dad at the time. And I love the youngest ones, the youngest two. I love their dad. Look, I didn't say you can't love a black man. I never fucking said that. I said you made a decision to have half and half children, and they're the ones that are going to have to go through a harder lot in life. Because America is still very racist. I hate when people try to say America stopped being racist at the end of the civil rights movement. America is very racist. Those kids, black community won't accept them because they're half white. White community won't accept them because they're half black. Sort of bullshit is that? What the fuck sort of bullshit do we have going on here? Now, you said my hair thinks I am. Right. We're still such a racist fucking society that we have black people that yell at white people that have braids. But every culture developed braids. Every fucking culture developed braids. Why? Because it's a really convenient fucking way for women to keep their hair up and not be in the fucking way. We just had a black president. That doesn't change the fact that our country is racist. Systematic racism or individual racism? We have both still. We have systemic racism in this country, and we have individual racism. We have people that are individually racist, and our system is racist. Florida Homeowners Association. What the fuck is this? Let me get this up on the screen for everybody. Florida Homeowners Association hits 155 seniors with $1,000 each to force a 28-year-old influencer out of a 55 community home. Imagine inheriting a home, you're trying to live there, only to find out the neighbors are so upset at your presence that the HOA approved a mandatory $155,000 assessment to try to force you out. This is what happened. 28-year-old content creator. She inherited her father's home, but the HOA voted to assess a mandatory fee to bring legal action to force her to leave. On Wednesday, in order to sue me out of my own home, they're asking 155 residents on fixed incomes to do a mandatory $1,000 assessment. While this may sound ridiculous, the reality is their lawyers say the community may have every right to move forward with this plan, and the question is whether she should be allowed to stay isn't as clear cut. The HOA wants the young influencer out of her home for a very simple reason. It's a 55 plus community. Each occupied home shall at all times be occupied at least one person 55 years of age or older. A father signed an addendum which people indicated it had viewed, but the addendum allows ownership of the home, but it's not clear from the document if she's allowed to continue living there. Since she's 28, the neighborhood's governing documents are clear. The community is for residents 55 and older, and the question is whether she's right. Most experts think that the Homeowners Association has the stronger case. Okay, so this is one of those situations where okay. Some of you aren't going to like me for this. Being young isn't a protected class. Being old is a protected class. I understand the value. The father knew the rules. Right, the father knew the rules. First and foremost, if you know the rules and you buy it, and then shit goes sideways and you die, that sucks. But there's a reason why a 55 and up community wants to remain 55 and up. Because that community then can have, well, the $1,000 is because the Homeowners Association needs a legal fund. It would be no different than if the road needed to be redone or there was a crack in a sewer line leading into the community. Everybody has to pay their fair share. The problem is 55 and up generally indicates that you don't have children. Now, I know that's not true anymore. I know that is not the case, because I will be 52. I will be 52 when my last child is 18, right? I will be 52 when my youngest child is 18. My wife and I had planned on having at least 2 more because our finances allowed us to have 2 more. No, homeowners associations were originally created because of falling property values and people not maintaining their property to a mutually beneficial standard. The problem here is if the homeowners association doesn't want the homes in the district to be assessed the school fee, I think that makes sense. This community doesn't have young people, so this community doesn't have a need for an elementary school and a grade school, and from the holdover, they wouldn't have kids in high school. Now, what is the fundamental what is the fundamental state of nature say? Life, liberty, and property. Why did the United States change John Locke's life, liberty, and property to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Because fundamentally at the beginning of this country, we didn't want to give people the right to property. We didn't want property to be an unalienable right. It was stupid. You're modeling your works off of a guy, but you think you know better than the guy. Now, both sides are right to some degree. They have no right to make or sell the house, but it legally protected land where you can't live there right now. You can own the house, you just can't live there. Right. And Lesh, the loophole that you just used, every military member knows that loophole. The military dorm rooms, you normally cannot have a companion spend more than 24 consecutive hours at your dorm. So what a lot of them do is they go home to their dorm, they fuck like rabbits, they leave, they go on a date, which resets their 24-hour clock, then they sleep there, which they're allowed to have them. Let me back up. They go back to the room to hang out, but they're not allowed to sleep because you can't have an overnight guest sleep in your dorm. And then at 6 a.m., they leave and go to Denny's to get breakfast. That way, the sign in and out log shows that you were coming and going all the time. It's stupid, but it's a fucking loophole. I always used to just tell my people, look, I am not coming over to the dorm to find out if you have a fucking dorm bunny with you. Just don't leave the dorm bunny in the dorm when you leave. Don't leave your escorted individual unescorted. Cool? Like, just don't do that shit. The problem with the homeowners association deal is I understand why homeowners associations exist. And when they exist and they do good work, I don't have a problem with them. The one in my neighborhood is about to have a fucking knockdown dragout fight with me, and I don't give a shit because of how they've treated me in the past. They decided in the new bylaws to make the new ruling on pools, sheds, and fences. They need every homeowner to give a response. Now, as you can figure out, I'm the kind of guy that likes to stir the shit on principle. Every homeowner must give a response. I've already read it. Nowhere in it does it say if you refuse to respond which way your vote will go. They are desperate to get everybody to sign it now because without everybody signing on it, they can't pass it. I've made it perfectly clear publicly I'm not answering their question because I'm not answering a poorly written fucking proposal. I'm not answering it. You will not get my name or my signature on this fucking vote. Well, they've spent weeks trying to get everybody to sign it. My response is, fuck you guys. When you get all the dead trees out of everybody's yard, then I'll sign it. because you sent me a nasty gram letter about my dead trees after you sent me a nasty gram letter about the sign in my yard, and there was no fucking sign. They sent me a nasty gram letter and a fine that says if the sign isn't removed, what fucking sign? There's no sign in my yard, jackass. Well then, shortly thereafter, they sent me the thing about my dead trees. 7 or 8 other houses have dead trees. I ain't signing shit for you. The one guy's already said, well, if everybody doesn't sign, we're not going to be able to move forward with it because of the way we wrote it. Tough shit. Then start over. All non-signatures will be taken as no's. Somebody said, well, why can't we take all non-signatures and make them yeses? Because that's not how fucking voting works. Failure to vote can either be an abstention or it can be a negative. You can't approve something with non-votes. Just not how shit works. Homeowners Association are a bane of existence for most homeowners. Isn't it illegal to force a signatory? It is illegal to force a signature, yes. That's why I won't sign it. You can't force a signature. Nobody can force you to sign anything. Even a judge can't force you to sign something. Now, a judge can hold you in contempt if you won't sign it, because you are in contempt of court. But other than that, no. You're not making me sign shit. Am I going to watch the Paradox ModCon? I might try to see like the highlights of it. My health isn't exactly great at the moment. So I'm asleep a lot. I'm going on vacation like in 2 weeks. And then that is that will be my second to last vacation for the year. Good news is that the feet look like they're going to cooperate and they're going to stick around for a little while longer. Which is good because I don't think I'd look good with stumps. The hands are good. And then the other thing I'm doing all my time is I've written a 1,200-page novel. It's done. It's written. I'm editing now. Do I think you'll try Final Fantasy Evercold, or have you put a pin in the game from the failure of Dawntrail? I am probably not going to get Evercold at the very beginning. I'm going to wait to see. But to be honest, I think I'm done with Final Fantasy 14. I think they ended the story in a good place. I think the direction they took with Dawntrail was dumb. I felt Dawntrail was escort Dora the Explorer all over the fucking world. I thought it was a terrible plotline. And also, I mean, it's an old MMO. It's an old MMO. I'm really pissed off about Ashes of Creation. I'm really pissed off about Camelot Unchained. I'm really pissed off about Chronicles of Valyria, Crowfall. Those all looked like games that were going to be good. The truth is, I'm going to go to the market real here in a moment, make some food, and then I'm going to play Once Human. I'm really liking Once Human. You're not mad about Ashes anymore because it's the fucking comedy around Ashes of Creation has paid for itself. Yeah, you've had 4 years of watching that Sharif happen. Anyway, I may be live tomorrow for some Once Human, I may not, but I'll see you guys next Monday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos?